Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome from all of us, and thank you very much for joining today's event on Preserving Heritage, Inspiring Tourism, organized by Europeana, Jewish Heritage Network, and the European Association for Preservation and Promotion of Jewish Culture and Heritage in the context of the Jewish History Tours. Today, we will bring you on an exciting journey towards stronger and more successful collaboration between culture and tourism. We'll tell you about strategic developments in the field, such as the data spaces for culture and tourism. We'll introduce you to key actors in both sectors, such as culture routes for the Council of Europe and Europeana. And we end up with a success case study, such as the Jewish History Tours project. The afternoon will be dedicated on capacity building sessions. We'll dive into the different aspects of developing engaging touristic experiences with cultural heritage content, namely data aggregation and sharing, storytelling, and the use of innovative technologies such as AI and machine learning. And we hope that by the end of today, we'll feel more knowledgeable about what's going on in the area of culture and tourism and the intersection between the two sectors. You'll also feel more inspired to seek new collaborations and to develop engaging touristic experiences with cultural data. And of course, you'll feel, based on what you've heard during the event, more equipped to do that. So once again, welcome to everyone. Please feel free to introduce yourself in the chat. And I'll move now to more practical announcements, how we run the event. How you can maximize your participation. Check your username, post your first and last name, introduce yourself in the chat. If you have any questions for the speakers, use the Q&A session, which you see at the bottom line. And also keep the interaction in the session. We will keep the interaction to the session in the minimum because we'll post links. We also encourage you to actively listen and use the chat to share your thoughts and questions. And finally, we encourage you to respect Europeana inclusive guidelines, which will be posted in the chat, and you can get more familiar with them in a minute. One final point, once you leave the Zoom, you'll be also invited to fill in a short survey about your event experiences. And we really will appreciate you taking the time to share your feedback. So on this note, I'd like to start the presentations, and I'd like to start with our first speaker for today, Fulgencio San Martin, who is the Policy Officer of the European Commission DG Connect. Fulgen, welcome, and yeah, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Milena, and thank you for having me in this presentation. So yeah, I will talk about the policy. The policy framework of the common European data spaces, particularly of the two that we will be talking about. So the data space for cultural heritage and the data space for tourism. I talk a bit about the two and what are the news of them, and also what is the future as far as I can see it. I will start with a couple of very well-known slides because everything is based upon them. So this one is about the digital decade. Those are a set of strategies and also a set of targets that are to be achieved by 2030, so in 7 years, basically about the skills and the digitalization of public services and businesses, and also the infrastructure that must support both. I will not keep that much. The recommendation, you also know, this recommendation is a bit different from a previous one that we had in 2011. except that now it covers born digital aspects, it covers intangible heritage, and also it is more clear about the digitization targets. It also covers national and regional digital strategies, it covers advanced technologies, so 3D, artificial intelligence, virtual worlds, extended reality, etc., and also the digital skills. So these are all well known. I will go direct. So what is clearly a data space, or I would say better, what is that the European Commission understands as a data space, at least for what it matters for both the recommendation and the digital decade? Well, this is a definition that comes from a staff working document that was published last year. And basically, there are these 7 concepts: so data pooling, processing, sharing, governance, quality, availability, and interoperability. And if that definition, those 7 aspects ring a bell, you are completely right. Because that is exactly, that could be even a definition for Europeans. So what is the data pooling really? The data pooling is, I don't know, perhaps a group of all the, or maybe not all, but many of the cultural heritage institutions, that is museums, galleries, libraries, archives all over the Union, that are providing over 50 million objects. And they are pulled together in a single place. They are processed together. Nowadays, the processing tool is called METIS, but before we had very different workflows in order to achieve the same objective. The most advanced one now is METIS. And we share them in the Europeana website. So that is clearly, that fits the definition of the data space. Now, data governance, of course, we have not only the Europeana Foundation, but we also have the network, we have the aggregators forum, we have the expert group where the member states, the European Union member states, are represented in order to assess us and to advise us, the Commission, and we act as a proxy between the Europeana entities, the Europeana initiative, and the member states. Then there is data quality, data availability. Those are 2 of the 3 main objectives of Europeana, so data quality and infrastructure. And then there is the interoperability with the common language that all the 4,000 cultural heritage institutions talk. That language is called an ontology, the Europeana data model. And in order to talk to other domains, those are the APIs. So really, Europeana was a data space avant la lettre. So before the data space were even defined. So, and it is only, there are 14 data spaces, and probably Europeana is the only one that is already working, which is a huge advantage, but also a huge responsibility. I'm citing here Spider-Man, but really that is a huge responsibility, because every other data space is looking up to us. So what is not yet a data space in as regards to Europeana? Well, the governance is getting something like an umbrella above the data space. That is called the Data Space Support Center, and that will be governing, that will be making that all the data spaces can share data between them. And that they will do with a processing with a processing framework, and also an interoperability framework that is called the Simple Cloud to Edge. You don't need to know the details. It's just for you to know that that is something that, those are 2 things that will help Europeana data to be shared and to be reused by other domains that so far were not yet attained, let's say, or reached. There will be, for example, a new data market, new possibilities. So far, all data, and that was probably one of the reasons why we didn't have so many big museums. I will not mention them, but I will not name them, but there are so many big museums that are not yet in Europeana, and probably they were concerned about the copyrights or about the data that was not properly shared, not properly shared, but not how would they say, they were afraid that the data would be reduced without their knowledge, or they were not very sure. Well, there will be new possibilities with the data market. So with the 3D digitizations, there will be a possibility in order to sell the data, to sell the high quality data sets. And that is new in the data spaces. There will be an extended ecosystem. There will be new projects. There will be the Competence Center for Cultural Heritage that will start in January. The project is ending this year. And there will be other data spaces, 14 of them. And I will talk about one, the tourism data spaces. Of course, there will be also the cloud for cultural heritage. And I must say that we are very happy that there are so many initiatives and so much public money and so many initiatives all across the Union to support cultural heritage. In this case, the cloud for cultural heritage is mostly for universities and for research, but the tools that they will create will be very useful for museums as well. So we will be reusers mostly of the cloud for cultural heritage. So what are the news for the two data spaces? I will start with the cultural heritage. There is a 3D campaign that was launched last Friday. That 3D campaign is in order to attain, to get at least one emblematic monument or site from the member states, to get it digitized very soon, at least by the end of the year or February next year. And it will span across 3 council presidencies. So the Swedish that is ending right now, the Spanish that will end in 2 weeks, and the Belgian that will start next year. And the details were laid out in last Friday in the announcement, and they are already published in the Europeana website, I think in the Europeana Pro. We will be talking a lot about that. The other two, the Ukraine campaign and the call for grants, I have slides later, so I will turn to the tourism data space. News. There are two consortia working already since November 2022, since last November. They are developing a blueprint, so how they will manage the data governance, what is the inventory that they will be doing, and they are doing a bit of the basic work that, for example, for Europeana is already done. And that is very important, that for us that are in Europeana, it's so easy to understand this and why haven't they figured that out very quickly. But that is not so easy, because particularly for tourism, that is made of a 90% of SMEs across the Union. And that is not so easy, because museums often belong to ministries of culture across the Union. That is not the case with tourism. That is so not the case with tourism, actually. It was the case, I remember, with the Eastern and Communist states, that tourism was managed by the state, but it is not anymore, of course. And there it will be more difficult. So for tourism, there will be a new call in 2023, because the blueprint is going to be developed and delivered by the end of this month of June. And then they will figure out what to do with it. And we will know what the tourism data space will be by the end of this year, when the new call will be decided. So stay tuned, because the call is going to be published. It will be for infrastructure, actually for developing the blueprint. And it will the tourism data space will get a huge boost with the Spanish presidency, of course, because Spain is the second country in the world that get the most tourism after France, after Paris, actually. And they will get a huge boost. And I come from a touristic place in Alicante, and I know very well, almost all my relatives and almost all the people I know are working for tourism down there. Now, what may be the synergies between the two data spaces? Here I will be brainstorming, so please don't quote me, but just out of my mind, what can offer the data space for cultural heritage to the data space of tourism? We can offer content, of course. We can offer findability. We can offer, so if I'm doing a tour or offering some tourism offer in a place, I can find the museums, I can find the monuments and so on in that area. The cultural heritage of the data space, so the Europeana can offer also collections. It can offer personal collections, and that is a new feature that I think it will be very useful for tourism, because an agency, a tourism agency or a hotel can create their own personalized collection from Europeana. Even more, they have something that is key in the data space, which is trustworthiness. So they can rely that the museums are offering their data, not some data that we have found in Google that may or may not be created by someone that may or may not be the real one. And we know the discussions about the artificial intelligence and so on, that those are very nice and very useful for some uses, but for trustworthiness, they are not, or not yet, let's say. What else? What can the tourism data space offer the cultural heritage? They can offer new narratives. They can offer new collections. They can offer new contents. They can offer, mainly that. So we will see when it gets developed. Now, I think I've already talked a lot, so I will go straight to the new opportunities. Sorry, I mentioned that the 3D campaign was announced last Friday. No, the 3D campaign is going to be announced the day after tomorrow, on Wednesday. And this was announced last Friday at the Digital Assembly. There is the Ukraine campaign. So there is this website, Laptops for Ukraine, that was gathering laptops all across the Union in order to send them to Ukraine, and digital equipment, so laptops, tablets, smartphones, etc. This is a call particularly for culture. So there are 12 million documents and objects in Ukraine. Some of them are displaced, some of them are in secure shelters, many of them are in occupied territories, but most of them, if not all, they are only in physical format. They are cataloged, so they have many references, but not all of them. So what they need for the more or less, I think there are 10,000 museums. What they need really are digitizing equipment, so data servers, scanners, laptops, etc., also laptops. So this is a call for cultural heritage institutions. If you are thinking of changing your scanners, your cameras, your data servers, think about Ukraine, because they need so. The details are on the webpage. There will be small donors, big donors, and a culture donors tab, and there is the details of the call. There was a big, very important, it was a wonderful video by Mrs. Bondar. She is the Deputy Minister of Culture in Ukraine, asking for this call, for help. There will be also a new call for grants for the data space for cultural heritage later this year. Stay tuned in the funding tenders website. It will be a call for a 50% funding rate for 4 million euros, 24 months. We are looking for 4 projects, I think. And it will be mainly for increasing the offer of 3D, extended reality, and virtual worlds offer. So it will be mostly about reuse, fostering reuse in other domains, and exhausting use of artificial intelligence, machine learning, increasing the scenarios in 3D, XR, in virtual worlds, etc. And those are the news. So stay tuned for this call that will be published very soon in the Funding and Tenders portal. And I think that is my last slide. So back to you, Milena.
Thank you very much, Volkan, for this insightful presentation. It was really helpful to hear about the data space concept as well, the more details about the two data spaces. And I personally found, the pointers, about possible collaborations between the two really inspiring. And I hope that the conversations today will develop these points further. I would,
sorry to interrupt you. So I would like, if you have any questions for me, I would say, can you please, I will take them now, or otherwise I will leave because I have other presentations and other work to do.
Yes, thank you very much. I don't see questions in the chat at the moment, but I will definitely take them with me and then back to you afterwards if they appear. So maybe then we move to the two data spaces in a bit more detail. So I'll invite to the online stage our very own Harry Verwaayen, General Director of Europeana, to tell us more about the data space of cultural heritage and the Europeana initiatives. Harry, back to you.
Thank you, Milena. I hope you can see me also. Yeah. Good.
Yes.
Thank you also, Volkan, for that nice outline. We're very excited also about your last slide, the fact that there will be new grants for the data space, which will enable us to experiment with XR, 3D, and in particular in the area of tourism. So maybe that's my one question to you, if you can put on the chat, if you know it. You said later this year. If you could be more specific, that would be grand.
I'd love to be more specific, but at this point, it doesn't depend on us anymore.
Okay. So let me tell you a little bit about who Europeana is and also our interest in tourism. So as Volkan explained, Europeana, I think we behaved already very much like a data space in the past 15 years. We're a community of actors. We've got data governance measures in place and so forth. But this is the consortium that is currently building and deploying the data space. And we're very excited to have all of these really strong names. Some of you may also recognize players who also have an outreach into tourism. So I think we're in a good space to start exploring more what we could do in tourism. So if we could get the next slide, let me just show you some faces. I like to be a little bit more personable. This is the crew of the Europeana Foundation. We're a relatively small organization, but we employ people from 20 different nationalities. So that gives us also, I think, a decent foothold in many of the countries where tourism is really important, and we can try to play a role. Of course, we don't do this alone. We're, like I said, an ecosystem. In the next slide, you'll see that we work with 4,000 professionals across Europe. These are very often people coming from the library and museum and archive world, but increasingly we see teachers and also people who work more in the creative industries, including tourism. So I encourage you to also go to our website, pro.europeana.eu. If you're not already a member, this is the place where we gather, where we tackle opportunities and challenges, specifically bridging one ecosystem to another. We also have, in the next slide, the advantage of having strong partners. We call them aggregators all across Europe. We've got what we call national aggregators. Those are hubs of organizations that do similar things than we do on the EU scale in their local settings. And we also have domain aggregators, as we call them, who have a specialty in a specific area, such as archaeology or fashion and things like that. I think this is also another very important part of our ecosystem that allows us to understand better what's going on the ground and making connections that we wouldn't be able to do on the European scale otherwise. So what are the kinds of things we do? The next slide. We've collected about 60 million objects over the years, and that will double in the next 10 years. 3D will play a much more important role. As Volkan said, interoperability for us is the key word. We want data to be able to flow as freely as it can across Europe and beyond, and find its way into new applications, other settings, and so forth. On this website, europeana.eu, you can find the material. But it's not our only means of engagement. And I think increasingly we're transitioning to other modes of engagement that include finding things on the website, but our APIs and the underlying infrastructure, and also the human infrastructure that we have will play a key role. So let me give you a few examples. Next slide. Yeah, social media, of course, also plays an important role. That's not what I wanted to show. Next slide, please. Yeah, we've got competitions like Give It Up, which are playful ways for people to engage with culture and start remixing them into new and different things. I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's been a long-standing program for us. In the next slide. Yeah. The Digital Storytelling Festival is something that we've designed with the idea of supporting capacity building across the library, museums, and archive sector on how you tell stories. And I think here we're coming very close to what I consider a vantage point towards tourism. Cultural tourism in particular, I think, stands or falls with strong stories. That's what's appealing. That's what makes people come to places. And the Storytelling Festival allows organizations to become better at that. And I think we've seen a lot of interest and traction for this. We've been very specifically focusing on the market of education. In the next slide. You'll see that we've developed learning scenarios working with teachers across Europe. I think our strongest assets there are the campaigns we've done in Southern Europe, in Spain, in Italy, in Greece. I think we've worked with a lot of teachers. And I think it's given us some experience in how we work with the actors that actually need to make the thing work in their own settings. So our most successful engagement activities where we could find the teachers with already a mindset of innovation, who really wanted to use cultural heritage and start designing new things to work with their pupils. So we've got a lot of learning scenarios. We've got interesting new projects called Built with Bits, where we create virtual environments to learn pupils in the age of 6 to 9 and 12 to think more critically about what a good and healthy digital environment could look like. And I think that's exactly the kind of thing that when we talk about tourism, I'd also like to investigate. Go to the next slide. I think you've all seen this number. It's something that has been touted across Europe. We know how important culture is as a driver for people, and particularly from outside Europe to come to Europe. Our culture is the thing that we have to sell. But it's not anymore just about getting as many people into Europe who then invade places that have culture. We're looking for more responsible tourism. And I think that's equally the challenge that we have when we think about digital culture. What is the healthy, the most holistically interesting way of using and applying digital in physical settings to get the better kind of tourism in Europe, the one that doesn't only bring in a lot of new revenues and people coming to visit, but also does that in a way that is harmonious with the environment and the ecosystem. So just a few examples of the kinds of things we've done. In the next slide. We've developed a season. This was still during COVID under the Reopen EU initiative, called Discovering Europe, where we allowed people in a virtual environment to get inspired. I think inspiration was the big thing that we were aiming for, and I think that was quite successful. In the next slide, we've also worked with the topical areas, roots across Europe, cultural roots. This one is about Napoleon. So we started to get more into that kind of thinking. And next slide. Jewish History Tours has been one of our most important vehicles to understand how culture and tourism could play a role. As we know that this event is in the context of that project. We're close to completion, but I think we'll be hearing later in more detail about its successes. So to conclude, we're looking for strategic collaborations. Cultural Roots of Europe is a very important partner in that, exploring ways to work with the tourism data space that is still in the making. And I also want to mention the EIT Culture and Creativity initiative that Europeana Foundation is also part of. And in my final slide, reuse and engagement, I think, is the centerpiece of these activities. How do we get more interesting ways of engagement? And I think it hinges on two important things. One is the data that we can make available in interesting ways, and the capacity that we can build to bridge these two worlds, which are close but still separate. So I hope you enjoy this day like I will. I'm very interested to hear more about all these things that happened and will happen. And Milena, I'm handing over back to you.
Thank you, Harry, for giving the glimpse into the Europeana initiative and what we do with regard to the data space of cultural heritage, as well outlining our ambitions with regard to the collaboration with tourism organizations. I'm looking at the Q&A. We don't have now a question, but that's okay. We can move to the next key actor in the field, so to say, and I'd like to invite now Carolina Clark, project manager at the European Institute of Cultural Roots, to tell us more about the initiative of the cultural roots of the Council of Europe. Carolina.
Yes, well, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation, also on behalf of Mr. Dominioni, who sends his greetings. We are very pleased to take part in this event today. I'm speaking from Luxembourg, from the European Institute of Cultural Roots, and I will be presenting the Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe program. For those who are not familiar with it yet, so the Council of Europe is the oldest international organization. It was born in 1949, and it currently brings together 46 member states, so it is much broader than the European Union. It's located in France, in Strasbourg, and it was born with the idea of promoting core values such as human rights, democracy, and rule of law. And the Council of Europe has always been concerned about the importance of heritage and culture for society. That's why it had the initiative of launching this Cultural Roots program already in 1987 with the famous Santiago de Compostela Declaration, which is the origin of this program, and with the certification of the first cultural route, which is actually the Santiago de Compostela Pilgrim Routes. And the spirit of the program is really to promote shared European heritage through journeys through time and space. So these cultural routes are aimed at enabling citizens to dive into the history of Europe, to understand our common roots, and also to understand what unites us in our diversity. So the focus of the program is really in promoting European citizenship, transnational cooperation, and also the understanding of how heritage from different countries and different regions can contribute to building this shared European heritage. So it's a program that has evolved over the past 36 years. We have nowadays 47 cultural routes that have obtained a certification. This is fresh information because actually on Friday we announced the results of the last certification cycle that takes place every year. So there were 14 cultural routes undergoing regular evaluation. Most of them were successful, but there have been 2 routes that lost certification. And there is 1 new route that has been certified. So that brings us to 47 routes in total being certified nowadays. And these routes, they bear witness to the richness and the variety of European heritage. We have routes that refer to religious heritage, to landscape, to handicrafts, history, civilization, early Europeans, art and architecture, etc. So this is a way of somehow presenting the different themes, but this is of course flexible, and it's growing every year with new applications for routes willing to obtain certification. So in order to understand a little bit how this works in practice, it's important to refer to the different configuration that cultural routes can take on the ground. Most people, when they think about cultural routes, they think about a linear path, which is the case of what we call the linear routes. It's, for example, the case of Santiago de Compostela, pilgrim routes, or Via Francigena or Via Regia, which are normally routes that follow a path that has been developed historically due to trade, pilgrimage, military reasons, and that can be traveled by foot, by bike, or by different means, connecting different locations throughout a line. But this is not only the only type of routes that we have. We also have what we call the territorial routes. I think I skipped a slide, but it is the case, for example, of the Iterbitis route, which is routes that cover a specific region that have common characteristics. It is the case also, for example, the Phoenicians route or the olive tree routes. So they cover areas that share this common characteristic, and they work together for the promotion of a common theme. And then the third type we have is the what we call the reticular or virtual routes. You're going to hear a bit more today about the European routes of Jewish heritage, which is a very good example of a certified cultural route. And these routes, they are special because they are not connected in the same territory as the regional or the linear routes. They are different sites and locations that get together to promote a common theme, but they are located in different countries. It is the case of most of the routes. Actually, we have also the Hansa, the European Mozartwaits, and many more examples. And it's perhaps the most difficult type of route to understand as a route, because it's actually a network of sites working together for the promotion of heritage. Excuse me. So to understand how a cultural route works, we need to refer also to the different criteria for a cultural route to be certified. So there are 3 main criteria. The first one is the theme. What is important for the route is that it is representative of European values, but also of European heritage, memory, and history, and that is common to at least 3 Council of Europe member states. So all our routes have the participation of at least 3 countries that are involved in the promotion of the route. When we talk about the theme, this is something that we think it's something important for this cooperation with the Europeana, is that all cultural routes tell a story because they bring together tangible and intangible heritage, and they connect these heritage elements in a meaningful way to create a narrative and tell a story. So here we see a potential to cooperate a little bit more with the Europeana, because cultural routes are also telling a story. And here we highlighted 3 main questions that cultural routes operators should ask when they are working on the development of this narrative. So what is the story they want to tell? How this theme is manifested in the different countries that are involved in the cultural route, and how this theme allows for a better understanding of European history and present-day Europe. Then we have the activities. So cultural routes are required to implement 5 different type of activities, which are related to research, to enhancement of memory, history, and heritage, to the participation of young people, artistic practices, and of course, something that was mentioned today, which is very important for all cultural routes, which is cultural tourism and sustainable cultural development. So we have very good examples of practices and activities implemented by the cultural routes. And it's an aspect in which most routes focus, so the promotion of this sustainable tourism through their initiatives. Then we have the third criteria, which is the criteria for networks. So every cultural route needs to establish an association or a federation for its coordination and management. And this is normally a legal body that will federate a variety of stakeholders, both from the private and the public sector, and that will have to ensure a democratic functioning and also a financial viability. And here there is another important point in this potential of cooperation with Europeana, which is the variety of stakeholders that integrate each of the cultural routes. So we have public authorities, we have chambers of commerce, cultural institutions, but we also have museums, galleries, heritage sites, small and medium enterprises. And we have collected all this data in a database that is available in our website. And we have information of over 3,000 members that compose all the certified cultural routes. So we see here also a common point in cooperation with Europeana in order to identify different museums, galleries, heritage sites that could be somehow integrated into this common project. And in order to assess whether a cultural route meets this criteria, there is a certification process which takes place every year. There is an application phase, then there is the evaluation with different steps, and finally the decision about the certification. And all this takes place in the framework of two main pillars of the program, which are the Enlarged Partial Agreement on Cultural Routes, which is the political body that is responsible for the management of the program, for the decision on the strategy, and also for the award of the certification. And it's currently composed by 38 member states. And then there is the European Institute of Cultural Routes, from where we're talking today, which is the technical agency which is responsible for providing support in the coordination of the evaluation cycles and providing also technical advice to certified and candidate routes and the coordination of a university network. What we can see today here is it's a case of the governing board meeting of the Enlarged Partial Agreement. So this is the moment where decisions about certifications are made by the representative of the member states of this Enlarged Partial Agreement. And this certification has become very prestigious over the past years. It's an international recognition and a certification of quality that provides many opportunities for certified cultural routes, not only in terms of providing visibility and communication at the European and international level to all the certified routes, but also opportunities for capacity building, for participating in different events, establishing contacts, networking, reaching out to the political level through advocacy, but also by the opportunities of obtaining funding from different resources and providing opportunities for community involvement, sustainable development, and sustainable tourism. And an important aspect to highlight about this program is the potential for the promotion of local development and sustainable tourism, because 90% of the certified cultural routes are crossing rural areas. That means that they can integrate smaller destinations, less known destinations into bigger networks. And that's the way they can establish synergies and cooperative strategies that will benefit all the partners and all the members that are participating in a cultural route. That's why we can say that they really can become an engine for sustainable development, and that they can provide opportunities for the improvement of local economies and generate employment. And this is something that we consider has been also intensified after the COVID-19 pandemic, where people are having more interest in visiting smaller places, less known destinations, and also looking for opportunities to develop slow tourism and more responsible tourism. And to finalize, some information about the activities we organized. We have two main events throughout the year. One is the Training Academy, which is organized in cooperation with a certified cultural route. This is a training event for cultural routes managers, and it takes place normally in a different country. This year we had it in Dordogne in France. So it's the moment where cultural roots managers get together to discuss different topics, share best practices, and also discuss opportunities for improvement, their capacities, and the way they manage the different aspects of a cultural root. And then we have the annual advisory forum, which is the biggest event that brings together the different stakeholders of the program. So not only the member states, but the certified cultural roots, candidate roots, academics, experts, international organizations, etc. And it is organized in cooperation with the member states. So last year it was organized in Greece. This year we are getting ready for the event to take place in Poland, in Łódź. So I would like to extend also an invitation to all of you. There will be more information available in our website. There is already a preliminary program available. And for those who are interested in learning a little bit more about the program, we have online resources available in our website. So there is the website available in different languages. There are publications, online resources. The database that I mentioned, which is also linked to an interactive map, is available in the website as well, and the newsroom, as well as different visibility and communication materials that can be downloaded. So that's all for now. It's in a nutshell, trying to summarize a lot of information about this program, but I will be available for you to reply to any question in case you have. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Carolina. It was very useful to see what the Culture Roots of Europe, the Council of Europe initiative does. I mean, even though I have been involved within the project and with the Roots, and I've been to the training academy last year, I heard a lot of new information. We got two questions for you. One is about the typology of classification of the roots. Participants found this really interesting, and they ask whether there is any available material to look in depth and take it as a reference. I assume this can be probably the last slide where you refer to the website, but I leave the answer to you.
Yes, thank you for this question. So in our website, there is a resources section where you can find materials to download. In particular, there is a guide that we call Vademecum. It's already dated, it has some years. We are working in a new version, but this is the manual that explains all this in detail. So how to build a cultural roots from scratch. There are also some online training modules that are being developed in the framework of a project that took place some years ago. It was called Roots for You. Perhaps some of you heard about it. So this is also available in our website. So there are different independent modules that you can have access through our website and to learn about the different details. And of course, for those who are interested in really learning a bit more, we organize online training seminars. So all this information will also be announced in our website, and they are free. So anybody who's interested in attending can join us. We will be announcing the next dates soon. Thank you.
Thanks. So really a lot of information and abundance of sources for people to look at. And the second question, very quickly, are there any religious bodies, communal leadership organization involved in the cultural roots? By Paul Darby.
Yes, I mean, as I mentioned before, there is a variety of stakeholders. So each cultural root has a wide network of members, and they can be from different origins. There are, of course, also some religious bodies that are integrating some roots, which is the case, for example, of Via Romea Germanica or Santiago de Compostela, because their topic is religious. But this depends on the topic of the root and the interest of the network in integrating a specific stakeholder, because they have a specific purpose and a common objective of working together. Yeah. But all these can be also accessed through our database in our website. Now I'm going to copy the link on the chat. You can filter by type of member, by country, and by root, and you will be able to find all this information.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Carolina. We move to the presentation of the Jewish History Tour, our case study for the day, and of course the main context for our event. This will be a joint presentation between Victor Sarsen, the director of the Culture Route for Jewish Heritage, Pavel Katz, the director of the Jewish Heritage Network, and me at the very end on behalf of Europeana. So without further ado, I'll invite Victor to tell us a bit about the project and his work there.
Thank you very much, Milena. First of all, I would like to share with you a lot of gratitude for all the work that has been carried out in the frame of the project. Special thanks to you, Milena and Pavel, and obviously the other colleagues from the European Route of Jewish Heritage, and also the family of the Cultural Roots of the Council of Europe, the Institute with Carolina Clark. And just let me tell you how special it is to arrive to this moment after a journey of 2 years. So it's certainly special. I will like to offer a brief introduction to our association and the European Route of Jewish Heritage in order to understand the frame where the project was working. Then Pavel and Milena are going to focus on the project itself. Our association, the APJ, it's a network of 33 members with institutions of different nature, NGOs, public bodies, Jewish communities, representing a total of 24 countries. And also, we are the network carrier of the European Roots of Jewish Heritage, and we are very honored and proud to participate together with other 46 cultural routes in the program of the Council of Europe, where we try to have also an active role there. It's a network of networks, so there are always opportunities to work together, and in fact, there's many examples of joint collaborations with other cultural routes that for us they are really, really important. We really believe in the holistic approach to heritage offered by the Council of Europe, and also in the power of cooperation with all these European networks. In our case, our route connects Europe from Portugal to Azerbaijan. The European Routes of Jewish Heritage include 20 countries, and as a network, each of our members leads a project in different types of routes. As Carolina was presenting, in our case, it's a network of networks as well. And our routes have the form of a national, regional, or thematic routes. Our route represent a window to discover the history and the Jewish presence in Europe, always presenting Jewish heritage as an integral part of European history and culture. It's a story of migrations, persecution and precariousness, but also of exchanges, humanity, and abundance of mutual enrichment and co-creation. It's an extraordinary story, and there has been a growing recognition of its importance, reflected by a growing interest of exploring it. Obviously, on our website, you can find all the information about the routes, presentations, and the institutions that leads the project, that most of them, they were participating in this project. Also, as Carolina was presenting, we take into account the requirements of the program of the Cultural Routes of the Council of Europe. So in our frame of work, we focus on cultural tourism, sustainability, research, education, and youth exchange. We are a community of heritage practitioners at the end. So we seek to work in a cooperative and collaborative way in the preservation, protection, and promotion of European Jewish heritage. And we understand the places of Jewish heritage as a kind of living laboratory, where we question the significance that place had in the past, but also inviting the citizenship to reinterpret and seek new meanings and experiences in the present and future. The experience of knowing and understanding the other. And the question always arises on how to create new experiences around the traces and remnants of these heritage sites. And this is where we are facing the great challenge, how we can innovate, how we can take advantage of the digital field and all the opportunities it offers to us when this is not our expertise. We understand that this is a shared need that we want to face together as a network. So how we can develop engaging touristic experience with digital cultural content. That's the question. And for us, the answer was this project, which has been a unique opportunity to enter this field. The approach was to develop long and mid-term integrated strategies, approach in a cross-cutting, multidisciplinary and participatory basis. This project has represented so many opportunities to us, and as its perspective was also multiple, from capacity building to the development of self-guided tours for our route, and of course, opening new collaboration at the European level that I'm sure that they are going to continue over time. So in short, I will say that was a source of inspiration in every way. So now I'm going to give the floor to my colleagues Pavel and Milena, so we can delve into all the aspects of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we now move to Pavel, but I think, yes.
Yeah.
No, it's
Hello,
fine.
Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Wonderful. And let's see if the remote control works. Yeah, okay, wonderful. Thanks a lot, Victor, for the kind words. And I would also like in my turn to thank European Commission for allowing us to do this amazing project, bringing Jewish culture to the forefront of European innovation and culture and tourism, to thank our partners at Europeana, who did so much for its success, and of course at APJ and all other wonderful partners, who a lot of whom are with us here today. So we are getting to the end of this wonderful journey, but I think in the big scale, it's just the beginning. I would like to present this project in brief. I have little time, and there's a lot to present about. And so I would like to talk about this in a kind of different, as a flow of different activities, interconnected between themselves, and ones that we redo each time with a new set of skills and understandings about the field. So we started the project with training, quite extensive training. We bring the idea of these new touristic experiences, which are built on storytelling, to a network of Jewish heritage and tourism practitioners. So it's always good to start establishing a common ground about what we are trying to do here. So we delivered in the first summer of the project an online course consisting of 4 sessions on what we call cultural storytelling, where we covered the general idea of creating an outdoor self-guided tour. What is it for? The principles of storytelling, specific session on something which evoked a lot of concerns and questions about recording of audio and video, also in home conditions with a good quality, and of course, marketing and promoting the tours. And the training was very well received. We got excellent feedback about this. As we moved on later, and of course, engaging Europeana in the process and starting working on digital content and collections, we realized that things which are very well known to the usual Europeana community of data contributors and partners are sometimes not known to heritage practitioners of smaller size related to tourism across Europe. Actually, not only in the Jewish, of course, context. And in many ways, this project, I think, is a trailblazer. So a lot of what we understand about the needs for Jewish heritage practitioners are, of course, relevant to other thematic and geographic domains as well. So one of the things that we learned, also through feedback from others, including from the Commission, I'll be open about that, is that the content that we submit from these sources, which are sometimes small organizations, 1 or 2 or 3 person organizations based on volunteering, sometimes this content is not up to the expected standards by Europeana frameworks and of course by the Commission. So we held a workshop with our digital curator and metadata specialist on bringing our partners up to this necessary level. We discussed the importance of quality and availability of digital content and the rights, direct links to objects. We discussed, of course, very importantly, the metadata, how to make it, how to ensure coverage of metadata with fields, how to go about multilinguality of metadata, also how to balance between the sometimes specific ways to present, to describe Jewish objects to Jewish audiences or to research audiences and to the general audience, which frequents a lot Europeana and related assets. So this balance needs to be kept. So this was also a very, very important workshop that we got excellent feedback on, which really helped us to significantly improve the level of metadata and digital quality of content we deliver to Europeana. And we definitely see this on the KPIs of the project because Europeana measures very seriously every bit of content which is delivered to it. Of course, the heart of the project, the tour development process. We developed a lot of tours, as you will see in a moment. I think this is also a kind of circular process. It starts with a general idea and sort of called prototype of a tour. A partner comes up with an idea. This is a location which I want to tell about in the tour. Think about a general tour line, length, duration of the tour, main landmarks and subjects that to be covered by the tour. The tour is then created as a kind of draft mode. It can be done on a paper, on a Word document. Stories more or less are drafted. And then number two, a very important part where we got also very, very good feedback on that every partner had a personal meeting with a tour development expert by one of the two platforms that we are working with, Easy Travel or Clio Muse Tours. In this process, the main idea was validated. The length of the stories were adjusted. The whole composition of the tour was polished and improved. So all in all, by people who are specialists in their domains, but are not maybe specialists in developing of tours, we really managed to get to a very, very high quality of tours, which was also confirmed by our specialized platforms. After that, the project was published either by a specialized partner or by the partner, by the local partner itself, usually the local partner, on either our own tour editor platform or on the platform editor. As I will say later, it's very important for us to ensure interoperability between different platforms. This is very, very important. There are many different platforms in the world which tourists use, and they have different qualities, different features, and it's very important for us to ensure that we can reach with our tours as many different platforms as possible. And also we allow editing experience on different platforms. So, for example, a tour could be edited on Clio Muse Tours and then imported to the main platform, and through the main platform of the project, exported to Easy Travel and all the different other combinations. After this, it was very important also to test the tour, to make sure that the tour is walkable, that the route is safe, that the timing of the walking between different stations, between different stories is right, and that there are no gaps, etc., etc. And this is also a very important process in order to bring the tour to perfection. And then, of course, our technical experts kicked in with a lot of enhancements. The tour was translated to different languages. Every tour is available in 5 different languages using machine translation, either machine translation, which is specifically trained on heritage and touristic materials, or using human translation where it's available. Humans are always more expensive than machines. So we resorted to AI where humans were not available. The same for voiceover. Some of the partners produce their own voiceover, sometimes even with professional voice actors. Where this was not possible, we used AI-based generation of voiceover, which to many opinions is very close to human, but of course distinguishable from human. And then again, the publishing flow was quite complex. We are moving tours between different platforms. But all the tours eventually will be published. They are almost published, but still some of the finalizations are underway. But eventually, at the end of the project, all the tours will be published on 2 platforms from the project, and also one additional platform that we kind of adopted, and in some specific case, also in other local platforms or websites. This is just a couple of screenshots from our internal, what we call tour development studio. So the technological heart of the project, where tours could be edited or exported to other platforms, or imported from other platforms. So this is a map of the tour. This is a tour line editor. These are different editors for points of interest and for stories within points of interest. So yeah, all in all, this tour development studio is a very, very important deliverable, technological deliverable of the project that will continue serving, as I will say in a moment, the project and the community, I think, for the years in the to come. Okay. Okay. Then once we have the tours ready, this is just an example of how the same tour, this time from our partner in Azerbaijan, looks on different platforms. So on the left we have Easy Travel, on the right we have Clio Muse Tours, and as I said, different platforms have different user experience, different features, and of course we never have the same identical copy of the tour on different platforms, because again, platforms work differently, but they are very close on the one hand, and on the other hand, we build this very important interoperability framework in which we can publish tours across platforms. So all in all, we are very proud to, sorry, this slide was edited shortly before this talk. So I'll say in words, we overall are very proud about the tour gallery that we developed. We have 34 full-fledged tours in different locations in Europe. We have a special case where we explore the potential of tour development in one very dense development of tours in one specific area in Lublin, with our partners from Brama-Grodska, hello Emil. So there in the Lublin area, we developed 100 tours. They are of course smaller, they are more compact, they usually have much less points, but the idea there is to really think how we can cover in a dense way a whole region, and not just develop one tour or several tours in a city. And I think when we are thinking to the future about the further development of this project and this ecosystem, I think this kind of approach is very, very important, because from our contacts from big stakeholders who can promote the tour, who can leverage the project, who can leverage it, they will always be interested in quality and in coverage, in density. This is just a matter of fact. That's how life goes. So if we were talking to different stakeholders, to travel companies, to touristic authorities. They say one tour is the great, but how can we have more of them? So and this requires a bit of different methodology, working with the region versus working with this one location in the city. So we explored both. All in all, we covered tours in 27 locations in Europe. We had mostly walking tours, but we have one driving tour in Romania, and we have 2 3D tours in Barcelona and one 3D tour in Barcelona. So just a very quick run through them, just to give honor to our great partners who helped them, and to show you the diversity and the dispersion of these tours. 7 tours in Lublin, 3 tours in Halberstadt about the history and about more focused on Jewish genealogy and about entrepreneurship. Thanks to Deborah, who is with us today, and our wonderful together plan 2 tours in Belarus, in Minsk and in Polotsk. Thanks to Centropa Memorial, Centropa Jewish Berlin tour in Mitte, full of Jewish history. We have 2 tours in Barcelona, thanks to Mosaica, 1 walking tour and 1 3D tour. We have 1 driving tour in Romania, Maramuresh, thanks to the Elevizel Museum. We have 2 tours in Azerbaijan, in the Red Village and in Baku. And we have one tour in Izmir, the famous Jewish quarter in Izmir, thanks to our friends in the Izmir Jewish Project. We have one Jewish tour in Salonika, and we have some others. This is one thanks to our partners Clio. We have some others which I haven't mentioned in Georgia, in Lithuania, in Vienna, in Krakow, and sorry, I don't remember. There are a lot of different locations, but more or less. So all in all, 27 locations, 35 different tours. You can all see them on our website, but some things are still being completed by our super powerful technical team led by Alex, who will be talking to you in the afternoon. So this is the map. This map is complete. So in all these locations, we developed Jewish tours. And as I often say when I promote the project and try to find a future to this project, is that every place in Europe has a Jewish story behind. So our idea, our vision is to continue covering, putting blue markers on this map, because there are so many different places that whose stories still needs to be told. Promotion. Well, we start promotion, the tour. We start a lot of promotion activities already during the duration of the project, but it takes time. That's something that we already see. The wheels of culture and tourism move slowly, but already in the 2 years of the project, we managed to achieve quite a lot. We promote the project, of course, through direct conversations and promotion and the personal contact and the organizational contact, usual things. On the left side, you see the seminar for Jewish teachers and educators organized by Centropa. A part of this seminar is the Jewish tour, which was developed by Centropa, and of course, walking the itinerary, but also understanding the potential and the shortcomings of this new medium. We have other examples where tours are integrated into activities of our partners. On the right-hand side, you see individual travelers wandering in Izmir and using the app to learn about the Jewish history there. So we also see already examples of basically promotion through platforms. Each platform has a large audience, and being on these platforms and not just developing, our small app of the project, but being in this publicly available platforms, popular platforms, we are also promoting Jewish culture and the deliverables of the project. But these things are starting. It's impossible to show huge results within 2 years. These things are really starting. What we are also very happy to see is that we start creating roots in local ecosystems thanks to this project and thanks to the efforts of our partners. A couple of examples in Lublin, Emil is very active with engaging local touristic authorities, the local office of the municipality, inspiration centers, and etc., in including our tours in their different information materials. Of course, with 7 individual tours in Lublin and a lot of tours in Lublin area. I hope this is an interesting partnership with them. Joint promotion actions are planned. And of course, Lublin is so rich in Jewish history that we think that there is a lot of potential in working with the local authorities. In Moldova, that what we learned several days ago from our friends at Agudat Israel in Moldova, our partner, Michael, that this project helped them to conceive a new project of developing many more tours in Moldova. And this new project is already funded by the Ministry of Culture. And this is a really amazing news. I think that's what we really want to do in different locations. Another example is cooperation with local platforms. Sometimes you have local platforms like Easy Travel, but sometimes there are local platforms which are specializing in cities, focusing on cities or regions. For example, in Germany, there is a very popular, in Berlin currently, but expanded to Germany, there is a very popular app which is called Berlin History app. very well done, very sleek app that has a lot of users. So we agreed with them that they will publish it in Tropotour. This still hasn't done, but they were also very interested in this cooperation. So this kind of partnerships is also something that we are pursuing very actively, and more will be coming. But we are also seeing that this project evokes a lot of interest from other projects and also from potential new partners who would like to build proposals with us. So first of all, I should mention here that we made a it wasn't really very aggressively advertised, but we tacitly expanded the branding of the project. So Jewish History Tour is the project which is funded, whereas we introduced a new brand name and a new platform which is called JStory, which is our long-term ecosystem in which this project, the results of this project will be sustained, but also other projects and other efforts will be welcome. So we had to do this branding to signal the transition from project phase to long-term ecosystem building phase. So from now on, from 1 month on, when the project will end, we'll start talking about JStory and not Jewish History Tours. So on this JStory platform, we are already welcoming new projects, which these are paid projects, who are interested in the capacity of the system and the ecosystem to put events, storytelling events on the map and promote them to the platform. So one example is this project that we see here, Music, Remembrance, and European Citizenship, which is using JStory as its carrier. The events are a bit different. These are storytelling events, but of a different kind. But it's okay. We're expanding a bit the vision of the whole JStory ecosystem. It will hold also other genres of storytelling, not only walking tours. And really very inspirationally, we were contacted by different consortia who were interested in the concept that we developed in this project. And we already submitted 3 new project proposals based on the concepts developed in this project, but taking them to different directions. So the one is Illuminating Jewish Heritage, which was submitted to Creative Europe, where we are talking about adding more artistic direction to the project, developing art installations, also in specific locations, art installations and more creative works, which are interpreting Jewish history also through lens of artists. The Jewel Tour under a different European project, Interreg, is discussing how is offering to use the policy instruments. Basically, they're thinking of this project to develop policy instruments in the various European locations. And this is very much related to what Fuljan presented in the morning about data spaces, tourism data spaces, and the cultural heritage data spaces. So here we're thinking really about how we create those ecosystems of interaction between culture and tourism, but on local level, and how we translate them into local policy instruments. So in this submission participate several European municipalities, which are very interested in this concept. And the last one is also another submission of SERV project. SERV program. SERV is a European program dedicated to commemoration and memorialization and citizen rights. And there we use this project as a way to commemorate Jewish history, tragic Jewish history of the 20th century, and to develop educational materials and other materials to strengthen our understanding of European citizens of European history of the 20th century. And also, of course, I understand that first of all, these are proposals. Proposals are still not projects, but the fact that we managed to submit 3 different proposals under 3 different programs, totally different stakeholder consortiums of stakeholders. For us, it's an evidence that the concept is interesting, the concept is appealing, and it can serve as a basis for different new developments. And also we are discussing different partnerships with Jewish tourism portals, with startups, with companies. So all in all, I think that having delivered what we promised in this project, we are also on a getting appetite for developing this ecosystem and all these relationships further. I think I'm just about to transfer the control to Milena. And before I do that, I would like to thank once again everyone who contributed to this project. It has been really an inspiring journey. Thank you all, and thanks to Europeana. And Milena, over to you.
Yes. Thank you, Pavel and Victor, for all the slides for that. Okay, so let me see what I have control. Yes. Well, as you've heard from my colleagues, the project has done really a lot around development of engaging touristic experiences with cultural data, and has ambitions to do even more so in the future. It covered really the main components at every stage of the process, from data aggregation to using of innovative technologies, developing the tools, to developing of the products themselves, the digital and mobile tours. So over these 2 years, we've gathered the learnings, experiences, the insights in the whole process, and we distilled and summarized them in a set of recommendations for decision makers in organization, projects, events, who are dealing with cultural heritage and tourism. The goal of this recommendation is to help these stakeholders to unlock the full potential of their data by sharing it with Europeana, and in essence, to leverage the heritage data and the innovation delivered by the Jewish History Tour project for high quality tourism offerings. The recommendations will be published at the end of the month. So in the next slides, I'll just give you a sneak preview of what's coming up. And I hope that you'll be interested to read more after end of June. So the recommendations are organized in 2 strands, the data and the experiences strand. The first one, the data, focuses on good practices regarding the data storage, enrichment, quality, and copyright, particularly in the context of data sharing with Europeana. The second strand, the experiences, highlight the good practices for creation, publication, and promotion of these experiences and offerings using the shared cultural data content. I will pick 3 main recommendations for each of the strands. For the data one, I'll start with the data quality recommendation. I think this is really very important one because high quality data is fundamental for high quality tourism experiences. So when you add metadata, where you submit data to various platforms, but in this particular context, I'll talk about sharing data with Europeana, we always invite you to consider who you will share this data for. I mean, who is your target audiences? And also to provide as much information as possible, rich descriptions, geodata, etc. So consider sharing not only general information like the author or the period when an item was created, but also more specific details which can be interesting for your target audiences. Furthermore, geodata, I mean, precise geographical information is extremely important for developing touristic experiences. This can't be overstated. And by adding this geographical location when submitting data, you really would allow to create more engaging and more interactive touristic experiences. The second recommendation is around multilingual coverage. We recommend to prioritize the delivery of metadata in various languages, particularly the ones spoken by your main target audiences. By having your content in more languages, you will really widen your reach to different users, different groups of users, and will make the experience really personalized and engaging. And the third recommendation is around copyright and reuse. When you submit data to Europeana, you have to indicate how this data should be used, whether it will allow more open use of this data, or it will be more restrictive. So we encourage you to always strive for the right statement that correctly reflects the permitted use of the data. So is it, again, for open reuse? Is it with some restrictions? And also to pick a license which, if possible, allows wide reuse of the content. And in Europeana, we always recommend, okay, if possible, publish the data under open licenses such as the public domain mark, Creative Commons licenses, CC0, CC BY, and CC BY SA. And you'll hear more about data sharing with Europeana in the capacity building session in the afternoon, the first one led by my colleague, Lian. Moving to the experiences strand, again, 3 recommendations. First one, focusing on platform sustainability. And when I say sustainability, I mean here sustainability with regard to partners and content usage. So naturally, user organization, you work with different third-party providers to create your tourism experiences. You might be a provider yourself, but we are talking for maybe majority of the people here who are working with different platforms, apps, etc. And unfortunately, many of the heritage apps and platforms don't make it beyond the initial funding stage. So there is this this problem of what happens with your data if the platform ceases to exist or if the app ceases to exist. So when selecting a partner to work with, always be careful, okay, how sustainable is this platform? How reliable it is? What are the exit scenarios? Meaning how you can transfer your data in case something happens with the platforms, how early you can get the notification, and all these details. The second recommendation under this strand focuses on content replication or content publication. Naturally, you as a provider of tourism experiences, you want to publish to as many channels, relevant channels as possible. But this can be, if done manually, very time consuming because you publish on different platforms. You have to make sure that the content is updated at the same time at all channels, etc. This creates also silos. And to prevent this, we recommend to look for solutions for automated cross-platform content publication so that really you can minimize the effort and you also can minimize the risk for your content and ensure that there is a high quality experiences across all channels. And the final recommendation is around storytelling, because the strong narratives are the ones which connect content and technology and transfer them into really compelling touristic experiences. And there are, of course, various formats and various methods for storytelling. It's your choice. But if you want to learn from our experiences, meaning here Europeana and the project experiences themselves, then join our session in the afternoon on storytelling so that you can hear about really evidence, life-proofed tips for storytelling. And on this note, yeah, I'll close the presentation on the project and I'll move to the Q&A questions. We got one question, and I think this is more for Pavel. Are there any reviews or impressions from people who have tried any of the tours?
Yes, they are. Still not too many, but yes, we're starting to getting this. On Easy Travel, we saw several reviews. It's a long play. It's a long game.
Yes, I mean, that's for sure. I mean, more and more to come and more to experiment in the future. Let me see whether there are any no further questions in the chat, but yeah, we have prepared for you 3 questions, I mean, to kind of gather your feedback and your feeling about what you heard so far about the projects and the initiatives. So I'll invite you, okay, if we can move to the Mentimeter slide. So I invite you to go to menti.com and enter the code or scan the QR code for a brief feedback session. Oh, wait. Okay. So our first question to you, based on what you've heard about the project, its services, its tools, its products, would you be interested in using them in your daily work? I'll give you a couple of minutes to answer that.
And if no, or if you are not sure, maybe you can write in the chat comments for us, because we really want to know what are the considerations that are driving you.
So far, very positive feedback. I think it's very, very good to hear that.
Don't be too positive. Be honest.
We're open for constructive feedback, right?
Still need to find that one person with constructive feedback.
Yes, we give a few more, maybe a few more seconds. I mean, to do that. People are still typing and answering. Okay. I don't see any new answers, so I mean that's quite positive to hear. And yeah,
no, just really maybe people can write on the chat indeed what are the thinking here, and maybe you know, we really want to understand the field better. So please do not be shy. Please write your comments in the chat. Please.
Yes, we will keep an eye on the chat. But meanwhile, Tamara, if we can move to the second question. So this is a bit broader question. Again, keeping in mind what you heard in the beginning of the day about the strategic efforts in the area of culture tourism, what you heard about the projects, and also based on your own experience, what do you think are the main challenges in your work related to engaging with tourism audiences? And I understand that the answers might be a bit small, so I will read them out. First one is lack of training in tools and digital technologies to develop experiences for tourism. Second one, limited collaboration between main stakeholders. Third one, lack of funding to develop new tools and or experiences. And the fourth one, lack of promotion opportunities which are allowed to stand out from the competition. And if you have another answer which is not listed here, feel free to post it in the chat. We'll wait a few minutes. Yeah, for me, it's a bit of a familiar picture seeing the funding. It's a big pain. I mean, it's a pain for everyone, I think, in the sector. Okay, we got also feedback on the chat, dealing with sometimes hard stories and find appropriate ways to share them with the public. Okay.
Thank you, Jonathan, for this comment. And of course, we know that Centropa is specializing in hard stories. So maybe a question to you after we done this work. Do you think self-guided tours are an appropriate means to convey these stories at all? Since you can't talk, you can only write. So
yeah, I mean that will be writing at the moment.
This is a question to everyone, basically. And this is really this is an important question. Maybe we should really sound it out. We know that many people, when they are thinking about Jewish history in Europe, they think about dark pages of Jewish history. I think I will express the sentiment of many people that we have met during this project, that first of all, our goal as digital innovators and practitioners is to make a very clear point that there were also other pages of Jewish history. It was much more diverse than only the Holocaust. But nevertheless, this is a very important part of Jewish history. So when talking about this specific part, we do want to understand what are the appropriate, sensible, I don't know if the word innovative is appropriate here at all. I think it is, but I know that some people might have a problem with that. So what should we do? How we should take the storytelling about the Holocaust to the new generations that will actually be deprived of live survivors?
Just a comment to jump in this regard, because I think what Jonathan it's presenting, it's a very, very important question. No, it's on how we can integrate these resources, these tools, into a broader picture. No, and we can talk about how we can frame it in an educational with an educational perspective, but also if we are focusing on cultural tourism, also how we can like capitalize this effort in order to generate some income, for example. No? So I think that this is a very interesting question, and it's all about strategy, right? So I really think that this is in order also to rethink and give continuity to the project. It's an aspect to be discussed.
Yeah. Okay, if I move the conversation back to the slides, we see the answers are quite clear, focusing mainly around funding and collaboration. So we have, with today's event, we foster this collaboration even more and provide the tools to do so. Next slide, Tamara. I mean, the last question for the day. And this is an open-end question. How can tourism leverage cultural heritage to foster engagement with the audiences? I mean, what are the opportunities for growth, essentially, from your perspective? And you can answer with the keyword, or you can write a bit more. Any insights around this will be helpful.
And actually, the person who can comment a lot on this matter, Deborah, is with us here. So Deborah, if you feel comfortable to maybe say a couple of words. I know that you are very strongly opinionated and have a lot of visions about using heritage for promoting local tourism in Belarus.
Well, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm sort of going to be talking about that shortly, but it's very much part of capacity building and community engagement, and bringing people together across all ages to explore, to research. It opens so many opportunities at a community level, which is something that we feel very passionate about, which is how we intersect the work that we do as a charity around community capacity building and cultural heritage. And that, you know, spend all day talking about that because of the opportunities that we see that it creates. Sort of thinking outside the box, and you can do that through art and through music and through events and bringing people to those spaces to explore, and then suddenly they're in that region of exploring Jewish cultural heritage alongside, you know, folklore and other, you know, intersections of cultural heritage, which is really exciting. Which gets me very.
Yeah, thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
I'll be curious to hear more about your input also in the storytelling session later on.
Actually, Deborah, may I ask a bit provocatively? So, because I think we understand that the funding culture and is important for authorities. That's always a national and European priority. But do you think we can really leverage culture to a place where it's also self-sustainable, at least to some extent? Or I'll put it in the words of a big director of a Jewish museum in one of the museums in Israel that you for sure know, who asked us in the last visit, very direct, do you think heritage has clients? Do you think it's interesting anyone other than, you know, public authorities?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think there's a whole world out there of possibilities, and I think it's a case of thinking differently. And I, you know, for example, the work that we're doing, and I'm going to sort of talk about this, touch on it, but you know, there are always people that can interact and it can be very localized. You can take the museum outside. You know, you could get locally paid for tours run by youth or by people who have a memory of something. And it's just a way of enhancing that, of teaching it as such. And that's where community comes into it for me. You know, everybody has a story to tell. And you know, particularly in the field of sort of Jewish cultural heritage, there are people all over the world who have stories to tell. That, you know, to some degree it's being done and collected in video testimonies, and it's being put into museums, but there are different ways to use that now. Particularly COVID changed everything, as we know. This is something that we've explored in AEPJ sessions with you. And for me, it opens up all sorts of possibilities at a local level, which, you know, if for example, a museum then takes its stories outside and it gives people the opportunity in the local community to take it on a walk. You know, again, this is with the audio tours, and people own it. It's their story. It's in their community. Then people will come to it and want to engage with it and engage with those people, and that's exciting because it brings people together.
Thank you. You're instilling hopes in us.
Which is a great way to end, you know, our presentation block. I mean, looking also at the answers, I mean, thank you very much for submitting your feedback. I mean, we see a lot about storytelling, about stakeholder relation, creating a sense of belonging, so audience engagement. We'll study these answers a bit more thoroughly after the event, of course. And we definitely incorporate them in what's coming up for any of the actors here involved in the tourism and cultural heritage. So use the last minutes before the end to actually invite Pavel and Victor once again for some closing remarks. And then I will take the final words, I mean, giving a bit more practical information for the afternoon session. So maybe, Victor, we'll start with you as you were the first in our joint presentation.
Thank you, Milena. No, just to insist in the importance also of creating these kinds of frames for discussions, because I think that we are witnessing that in order to face this challenge, the only way is in a cooperative way. No, so I will say that not just for us, but also I think that this could be used as a model, and we will also like to see how we can collaborate maybe with other cultural roots of the Council of Europe or other institutions working on Jewish heritage, on how we can foster cooperation and tackle those issues together. So it's really a source of inspiration.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. Maybe I'll conclude my part with the thinking about the long term. As I said, we started to sow so many seeds in this project, but 2 years is definitely too short a time to see them really grow enough to fruition. We have to continue this. These things take time, and it's difficult to do this because a lot of funding is limited in time, and it all depends on the funding, as we've just seen. But I think there are several things we can do. So first of all, there's really amazing time to innovate in Europe. This presentation that we saw in the beginning by Fulgen about data spaces, Europe is really putting immense resources into this new wave of innovation called data spaces in heritage, in tourism, in other domains. They will interconnect, they will invite the new generation of technologists and thinkers. This is really amazing. We should seize this opportunity with both hands. And second, we need to have patience and we need to have vision. I strongly believe in the things that we said in the beginning of the project. I think a lot of them were confirmed during the project, but we really need to give it more time. We need people to believe in these visions. We need people to sometimes to work and to be committed also sometimes outside the specific funding framework. That's what we are doing all the time. We're happy to support. We are happy to build partnerships. We're really inviting people with us on this journey. So really looking forward to continuing innovating in Jewish heritage and tourism with you all.
Thank you, Pavel. There is hardly anything to add on my side. I think this is a very strong answer. I'll just say thank you. I mean, to the all project partners as well, to all speakers today so far for these very informative and inspiring sessions. Welcome back to the afternoon session of our event, which will focus on capacity building, and we'll explore different topics from data aggregation to storytelling and new technologies. We start today with the session on sharing cultural collections with Europeana, led by my colleague Lian and a few speakers from the project itself. Before inviting Lian and the rest to the stage, the online stage, so to say, just a quick reminder, you can share your questions in the Q&A function in the Zoom. And then we will try to answer them afterwards at the end of the presentation. And of course, a reminder once again, as my colleague gently reminded me, of the European inclusive guidelines, so that we keep our conversations respectful and inclusive. Thank you. And at this point, Lian, the stage is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much, Milena, also for the opportunity to talk a bit about Europeana's aggregation site in this matter. Yes, let's make a start. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining. This session, as Milena mentioned, will consist of several parts. I will first speak a bit about guidelines and requirements, how to get your data published in Europeana, and then Debra Brunner, Sonja Scheipak and Emil Majuk will highlight the data sharing with Europeana from the perspective of data providers. And Vadim Shestopalov will talk afterwards about the aggregator's way of working and well, how he experienced this the process, especially for the Jewish heritage, for the Jewish history group. So I am Lianne Heslinga. I am metadata coordinator at the Europeana Foundation. I'm in the data publishing services team, which means we are doing the aggregation and processing of all the that maybe you provide. Yes, we go to the next slide. I think you can see everything moving, right? Okay, good. So for those of you who do not know what Europeana is yet, I think there are not so many, so I will be quick. We are at the heart of the common European data space for cultural heritage. And at the moment, we can already be found on two websites. So that is europeana.eu, where you can find everything related to the cultural heritage objects themselves, the galleries, exhibitions, but there's also pro.europeana.eu, where you can find everything about capacity building, background information, connecting, sharing, and of course, the Europeana Network Association and the Europeana Aggregators Forum, because we are not just Europeana, we are an ecosystem. Then it's also good to know that Europeana's mission always was to empower the cultural heritage sector in its digital transformation. We can see that in the next slide. But on top of that, we are now also in the common European data space for cultural heritage, and that accelerates the digital transformation of Europe's cultural sector, and it fosters the creation and reuse, so that is even more important now, of content in the cultural and creative sectors. Then we will go into what already happened actually in aggregation. These numbers are from last Friday. So this is a bit broad, but I will tell you more. At the moment, most of the content in Europeana are images, more than 55%. Then after that, you can see the text, also already quite a lot, that is a bit more than 42%. Sound is about 1% and video as well. And 3D is less than 1%. At the end, I will come back to the 3D, and then we can see what the plans are for this. Today, we focused on the Jewish history tours. The content is now almost all aggregated in Europeana. And as we heard this morning, apart from the tours actually being published on different platforms, they can be experienced by walking through a city in real life or online. The tours will also partly be aggregated into Europeana, so there you can listen to them as well. And later this session, we will hear more also about how the process of all the content ending up in Europeana went from different perspectives. And Vadim will also go a bit more into the technical background of it. But at the moment, we have quite some records, as you can see. 39K for the project, 72K for the total, including updated items. There are all media types, including a few 3D items, so that is always good to see. And there are geo-enrichments made, so the place can be pinpointed with the object itself. But the question you all have, of course, is how can I share my collection with Europeana? So it is actually simple. If you have digitized your collection, there are two additional points that I will talk about in this presentation, but briefly. We start with EM, and then we continue with EPF. So first, EM. You may or may not be familiar with it. It is the Europeana data model. And this is the model that we use to receive our metadata in. Yeah, it is mandatory, so we cannot work with it another way. But I will show you what it looks like. Yes, so this is an example of what it looks like, the model itself. You can see it has, if you are familiar with this kind of metadata, you can see maybe you are a bit reminded of the Dublin core model. It is delivered in an XML file, and you can see here that the bold text is an element, and then the value is in the normal text. Going a bit more into detail, you can see here, for example, I don't know if you can see my mouse, but in the upper left corner, you can see EDM is shown by, and that is the element that contains your actual resource, in this case, an image, a JPEG file. And if you have multiple images or resources, you can see on the other side, there are multiple views that are possible, and there you can provide more images or also videos, 3D sounds. That is all possible. What we also find very important, of course, is to know where your data is from. So you would be the EM data provider. So you can see or organizations that are included there, and then your aggregator will be the EDM provider. In your case, it may be JHN, for example. But more about aggregator later. Then we go to an example. So it is a bit small, but it's more for the feeling. This is what the metadata looks like in real life. It is an XML file, as you can see, with nested elements. And the actual XML file that you see in the lower bottom, what you see on the item page in the top right, I think. Yeah. So the elements that I have highlighted also here a bit bigger are the Ishambai again, which is the resource, and also the EDM rights. We will get back to rights later, but it's also important to include that. It actually does not even work if you don't provide that. So, but for even thinking about pouring your metadata into the EDM model, it's perhaps a good idea to already think about the goal that you want to achieve and the quality that you want to reach with the data that you provide to Europeana. We know that all data partners have their own requirements and goals and capabilities, and we recognize that, and we support all organizations who want to use Europeana to share their collections more widely. So what the EPF that we see here, what the EPF does is it's setting out a range of scenarios that we call tiers, that is used for sharing your collections, and that is based on what a data partner wants to and is able to provide. These tiers have been, based on real examples and have been developed in wide-ranging discussion. Go again to pro.europeana.eu for the background information about this. But of course, I will tell you also a bit about this. We have two kinds of tiers. We have the content tiers, and later I will explain you the other tier. It's based on the principle, the more you give, the more you get. Here you can see that the tiers range from 1 to 4, where 1 is the lowest and 4 is the highest. It is for all media types. The idea is that it is based on the quality of the link that you provide. So the technical metadata behind the link that you provide to your resource, and also the license that you provide. And the more open it is, the higher the quality measurement will be. And there are also perhaps some specific medium requirements, but that is quite detailed, but for now it is not to worry about. And we go to the second PF element, that is the metadata tiers. Again, this depends on the more you give, the more you get. It depends, of course, on what you can manage with the resources you have. So it ranges from A to T, where A is the lowest and T is the highest. And it all revolves around giving extra information to the end user. So you can, for example, include rich metadata and keywords. You can link to linked open data vocabularies, Saudi, and so you can use this to improve the findability and the multilinguality. Let's see, what we also find very important is multilinguality, which can be achieved by using language tags. yeah, and as Pavel also mentioned before, the tours are in multiple languages. So yeah, why not provide your metadata also in multiple languages? For 3D, there may be specific metadata elements that are identified later, but at the moment it's also worked like the other media types. And for 3D, this is connected to also the updates for the elements in EDM. Going a bit further into 3D, it's important. Imagine you have 3D that you want to provide to Europeana. Then you have to point the EDM link to a viewer. And to embed a viewer in Europeana, the viewer has to, well, answer to the following 2 points. It has to be an OEmbed endpoint. Yeah, if you don't know this or how to do this, go to oembed.com, and there you will find an explanation. People told me it is not so hard, but you can look at that. And also your viewer has to be on the Europeana list of supported viewers. If it is not, let us know, because we can of course look into it and then maybe put your viewer on the list. In the future, we aim to provide also a direct link, kind of that, so the content can stream into the website, for example, the item page of Europeana directly. And that is with WebGL or JavaScript, but that will be for the future. Then here we have an example of how you can check what your data would look like. Indeed, thank you. Milena posted the link below to the sandbox. The Metis sandbox is a tool where you can check if the EDM files that you created for your organization or institution, what it would look like on the Europeana website. It is really quite one-on-one, so that is good to know. You also know if something is, for example, missing or not working. And in addition, you will also get a generated quality report based on the EPF that I just talked about, which includes suggestions for improvements. So it will not be the case that you don't know why it's working, because it will be listed what can be improved. If you don't have EDM yet, but you would still like to try it, we also have example files where you can just play around with these files to to put them in the sandbox, even, for example, pasting your own link, and then you have your link and other metadata. But it's just for testing. Okay. Then where can you find all this information? The answer is in the chat, in the Europeana knowledge base. In the knowledge base, we have collected everything, the EDM, the hands-on information, about how to make metadata, but also detailed technical information. It's containing a lot of training materials, so you can find your way in the technical parts of it, and of course the EPF, how to raise your quality, the publishing guides, and also training on this. So you can have a look over there. But in addition, we also have the ELF. And the ELF, as mentioned, the license that you select is one of the key parameters for the quality measurements. So because it's, of course, the reuse is one very important aspect of circulating cultural heritage. So if you go here to the knowledge base, you can, in the section ELF, you can see which licenses are available in Europeana and which ones are permitted. And then you can find the one that works the best for your scenario. And then you can, copy paste it into the EDM rights, as I showed you before. So that would work. Still, it's a bit complicated, maybe. So are you all alone? The answer is no, you are not alone. You can find an aggregator to help you. You can choose from 13 domain or thematic aggregators and 27 national aggregators. And you can, for example, you can decide yourself where you think your content fits best. So if you are, for example, in the overarching theme or a domain of archaeology, fashion, or Jewish heritage, then it would make sense to choose a domain aggregator in that range. But if you are in one of the European countries that has a national aggregator, that is also a possibility. Of course, this is also listed on pro.europeana.eu. Vadim will tell you more about what it is like to be an aggregator. And some aggregators may even help you also to create EDM from another data format if you need help with that. So we have aggregation in a nutshell. It's what I told you. The institution, so the organization or the data provider delivers the data to the aggregator. It is not that you are a robot, but sometimes it is a bit digitized, so that's it. The aggregator makes sure that the data are correctly mapped in EDM with the right fields and the highest quality possible. And then the Europeana team colleagues process the data and they check the quality to make sure it ends up correctly on the computer and internet for sharing and reuse. A little bit about data space, because you heard already a lot about the data space. Europeana is kind of a flagship. The Common European Data Space for Cultural Heritage is a flagship initiative to accelerate transformation. And we work together with 18 partners from 9 EU countries. And we keep continuing to use the whole ecosystem that we already have around us. So that is very helpful. And what we, oh yes, that was this slide. And then we go to the recommendations, because this is specifically focusing on 3D. So because 3D will be one of the focus points the coming time, it is a recommendation from the Commission, and it will focus especially also on sites, museum objects, and other tangible heritage at risk. So if you are, an organization that has this in its custody, that is also good to know, maybe. Then what are we doing in the data space on 3D at the moment? We work together with 3 partners that are already specialized in 3D, the Carrare, Time Machine, and Inception. And we work together with them to sort of aggregate 3D. We have different campaign. We develop capacity and trainings. And also, as I told you, we are looking into the kind of changing some EDM elements, especially for 3D, and also then connected to it, we can adjust PF to take that into account. And the last thing I will say is, yes, the future. Future is very bold. It's a big ambition in 3D digital assets, as you can see, 2030. But Europeana is also working together in projects. For example, the 3D projects, they focus on this, that are called 5D Culture and Eureka 3D. We started exploring the 3D workflow and reuse in these projects. Well, I think what I would like to say is we are looking forward to receiving a lot of 3D and 2D objects from you, because you know that the more we gather, the better we are able to also define our standards, improve the measurement, and raise the overall quality. So that was it for me. Thank you very much. And I will happily give the floor to Deborah Brunner, who is working for the Together plan and will provide you with a provider perspective.
Thank you very much, Leanne. We are going to bring our screen up. Yes, so just to introduce myself while that's happening. So here we go, there it's happened. So my name's Deborah Brunner. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of the Together Plan. Just to give you a bit of an intro to the Together Plan, because I think it's very relevant. The Together Plan is creating sustainable solutions for community growth through the preservation and promotion of Jewish cultural heritage in the former Soviet Union, with a current focus on Belarus. We became a member of the AEPJ, the European Association for the Preservation and Promotion of Jewish Heritage and Culture, in 2019 to build the national route in Belarus, the national Jewish route in Belarus. But because we are a charity, it's very important to our mission to involve communities on the ground using this as a capacity building project. So it's an interesting intersection. And through the AEPJ, we were afforded the opportunity to connect with the Jewish Heritage Network, with Pavel and his team in the Netherlands, which has been of, it's hard to put into words the importance of it. So as Pavel, for those of you who were here earlier this morning, we got involved in the creation of audio tours, and we went through that process of attending the training to learn how to create audio tours, which was a very important training for us, because we are not a museum. We are a group of activists within a charitable framework. So everything was a learning curve for us. And it was really important for us that we have been creating collections from scratch, essentially. So we were able to create the audio tours, the streets of Jewish Minsk, and the streets of Jewish Polotsk. We're about to publish our next audio tour, the streets of Jewish Novogrodok. So essentially, we are now motoring in as much as we know what we're doing, and the next one after that will be the streets of the Minsk ghetto. So we can now train others in communities and help them to build their own audio tours. So in that regard, it's already fulfilling our mission as a charity, bringing people together in a communal space to explore, research, and create together these tours. And then again, through the Jewish Heritage Network, we were also given the opportunity to apply to participate in the Europeana Digitization Project. And we could see that this presented an array of exciting opportunities. We were already at the time working on one large focused collection around a Jewish cemetery project in Brest in the south of the country. But at the same time, we understood that this was an opportunity to create more. Within Belarus, there's everything and there's nothing. There's everything is there, but nothing is there. And everything was there. It was an opportunity for us to start gathering this information. So for us, we had to go through a process of training somebody to be our photographer. We then had to bring in, or we were able to bring in, local historians and specialists in Belarus. So growing our community, and then learning how to create the collection, go through that aggregation process. And so this is where we brought Sonia Shaipak, who's in our team in Belarus, who played a really key role on the ground in Belarus. So just to say, I'm in the UK, but Sonia is heading this project up in our office in Minsk. So I'm going to now hand over to Sonia, who's going to tell you more about that process that she has been involved in.
Yeah, thank you, Deborah. Hi, everyone. My name is Sonia, and at the Together Plan, I'm responsible for the technical part of implementing this part of the project. and just a couple of words about our experience working on this project. So the work on this project, on this collection, started back in 2021, when I was asked to add the first draft collection of photos. Initially, the work of entering items was done in Google Sheets. There were columns such as title, description, data type, coordinates that needed to be filled in. At first, there seemed to be no difficulties at all, as decisions to enter any information were made only within our small Plan team. The first collection was done and it was ready and included more than 60 photos. After Google Sheets, we were invited to continue working in the Jewish Heritage Network content management system. And the process of entering new items, new collections has become much easier, I would say. The user-friendly interface, the ease of use, the wonderful team behind its creation who are always ready to help us when we have some technical issues or organizational issues. And we started working on new collections. The number of items has increased dramatically. I can't switch the next slide, unfortunately. Oh, yeah. The number of items has increased dramatically, and you can see all our collections on the slide. However, quantity doesn't always mean quality, you know this, and the number of items was even more than you can see now on the screen. But the photo collection looked something like this initially. You can see that it looks really terrible. Items irrelevant to the theme, wrong titles, no description, lack of additional information. And this happened because we had no training in the beginning on how to properly enter items, what information is required, and what it takes to make a collection look professional, I would say. And it was only last year that we were given a training Zoom where we were showing some examples of good collections and bad collections. And our collection was used as the bad example, unfortunately. And imagine how I shamed myself that day, but now I realize that it wasn't our fault. We're not an educational institution or a museum, as Deborah said. We're trying out a project for the first time, and we were left without any training. But with the help of this Zoom, we understood our most problematic points. We realized that we had to work on the quality of the information. First of all, I reached out to our historians for help. We had specialists in almost every corner of Belarus, in Polotsk, in Brest, in Novogrudok, in Minsk, of course, and etc., who helped us to find information and clarify its correctness. This process is really time-consuming and complicated, because after received from our colleagues this information, I translated them into English and uploaded this information to the content management system. But this is not the end of our work. Next comes Deborah, my colleague, who checks the information, checks English, since I'm not a native speaker, and asks the clarifying questions. And I again translate these questions into Russian and send them to our experts. They add the necessary information, and then I again translate it into English and upload them to the content management system. And as you can see, the process is really time-consuming, and as I have said. However, this process gives us a result, gives us a quality of these collections, of our items, and I think it's good. And now you can see a part of the same collection that I showed you earlier. Yes, it's a little smaller in number than it was previously, but notice how it looks now. It looks more professional, it's better, I would say, in general. And we can look at one of the elements of this collection. And in front of us is a Jewish cemetery in Julia. It's a small village in Belarus. And as you can see, there is a photo in high resolution, a title, description, both in Russian and English, coordinates, subject, and etc. These are the basic fields for filling in the information. And now each object, each item, each photo has all this information. And right now we have all the collections in the final stage, I would say, and each item is approaching perfection. And I hope that our collections will be used as good examples in the future presentations and in the future talks. And now we have some time, and I would also like to add some words of thanks to the Jewish Heritage Network team, especially Vadim Shestopalov, Alex Rozhinsky, and Pavel Katz, because we had a few technical glitches in the content management system, and sometimes the database worked slowly or malfunctioned. However, I immediately wrote to this team and they came back to me with a solution to the problem, and they're always ready to help us to discuss all organizational and technical issues, give their own opinion regarding the situation, for which I thank them so much. And I think that's it. That's the end of my part. And I want to give the floor to my colleague, Deborah, again. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia. So really just to conclude our small presentation, just to say that it really has been a very powerful learning curve for us. And Sonia has she said that there was sort of edits, but actually that was a huge amount of work as the information came back to me, and I then went through every single item and queried a lot of things that then went back to the historians via Sonia. So the process has been very, very interesting, I have to say, and has enabled us to really refine our metadata. Leanne was talking about metadata, and we now understand the critical importance of the quality of metadata, and it really it's quite a large collection for us that we created, but we're actually very proud of what we've managed to achieve, and really with the support of all of the organizations around us. So this is from the APJ to the Jewish Heritage Network to Europeana. The possibilities now having this collection are enormous, to be, for the communities that we work with on the ground, but also for all of the work that we're doing around sustainable cultural heritage tourism, reaching people around the world. I mean, it really does create an enormous amount of possibilities, and that's a really exciting future. So I will bring myself and Sonia to the end of our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deborah. It's very inspiring to hear this, what really happened on your side. I only saw the other end, but really nice. Thank you very much. And I think now I would like to give the floor to Emil. Emil, are you there?
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I am just trying to switch to the presentation, but there is no my presentation, I'm afraid. Okay, it is. Okay, so represent the culture, municipal culture institution from Lublin, which is called Ośrodek Brama Grodzka, JHN, or in English, Grodzka Gate and Amphitheater Center of Lublin. And very brief story why we are here, what we are doing. This is like theater, which was based in the medieval gate, which was a crossing point between two quarters, medieval quarters of Lublin, the Christian one and Jewish one. And still, I can. And this is a view from before the war. We are more or less in the middle of this photo. And this is the situation just after the war. The Jewish quarter was actually totally wiped out. And this is the situation nowadays. And our location is exactly on the entrance to what was a Jewish quarter and now is mostly empty area around the Lublin castle. And on another hand, on the another side, we have preserved medieval Christian town, let's say, in Lublin. Although there are Jewish heritage monuments and important Jewish heritage monuments in Lublin, like Old Cemetery and rabbinical school called Yeshivat Chachmei Lublin, but they are not in this traditional historical center. And so at the beginning, we've been with theater, and from theater in last, it was, the theater started to work in the beginning of 90s, and it was kind of discover of the Jewish history of Lublin also by members of the theater. So we became kind of like heritage interpretation center. So we have a lot of education activities. We are still kind of like theater and artistic center too, but we have also like we have an exhibition about the pre-war Jewish Lublin in our center, and we have a visitor center. So we also kind of like tourist attraction in last years. And we gather some photos. We have some big photos of portraits of people of Lublin, especially those who lived in Jewish quarter, and we have quite extensive collection of oral history testimonies. Thanks to the project, we were able to build some audio tours and virtual tours based on what we have gathered and what we know, and actually how we guide through the Jewish heritage of Lublin alive. We were able to put it into the audio platforms and these audio guide platforms. But since I think like 15 years, we are developing historical 3D models of Lublin and the region. You understand, this is like the situation is the quarter was totally wiped out, and we have a collection of photos, and this was a kind of idea and task why we decided to start to work on the 3D models. Now we are quite advanced in this, so we have collection of quite many models, both Lublin and towns from around from these different time periods, and collections of objects too now. But the problem was that few years, most of them, they were created in so-called Unity engine, and Unity engine, it's a game engine. It had a web player before, and we were able to publish it online through the web player of Unity. But they stopped to, because of security reasons, mostly they stopped to offer it in last few years. So actually, our models, we spent a lot of effort to have it, and with a lot of information inside, like connection with photos and other archival sources, actually were available only after downloading this from such a website. And the idea was to publish it as wide as it is possible and make it accessible online. So the Jewish Heritage Tours project, except of tours, gave us the possibility to go back to our models and make them available online again. And so we spent kind of big effort to transfer, actually remodel a bit and transfer our models to a viewer called Sketchfab, which is just a platform outside of our center and outside of Europeana. But thanks to that, we were able to transfer and publish those models online again. But there is no many place for metadata in Sketchfab. So we needed another platform for connecting metadata with models. And we have a digital library. We use so-called Delibra, which is Polish software for digital libraries. And we use it as a kind of database, publishing database for our photos, oral history collections, and since now we were able also publish 3D models, embed 3D models actually in this platform, and add more extensive metadata. And this Delibra software, it has included some import-export options. Yeah, so our metadata are mostly based on Dublin core model. Although, you know, we are like culture center, theater, not exactly library, and not exactly museum, so not always our metadata are fitting to highest level of standards, but we are trying to be descriptive at least well. So thanks that we were able through XML, from this so-called OMI PMH model, we were able to transfer metadata and also embedding code directly to Europeana. And now most of our models are published in Europeana. So from my side, it was just the biggest work was actually to transfer model to the Sketchfab and publish it on Sketchfab, and check if metadata are correct, improve it a bit. Then thanks to the Vadim and the project, the models with metadata, the metadata was a bit corrected according to EDM, and it was published on Europeana, and now you can see it. And this is, for example, you can visit Biłgoraj, which is a small town in Lublin region. We based it on the map from 1910s, more or less, and that was a time when in this town was living Itzhak Bashevis singer, who became a writer and got a Nobel Prize in 70s after his books written in Yiddish. The most famous one is A Magician from Lublin, Kunstmacher von Lublin, which is about Lublin, but actually most of books of Itzhak Bashevis singer are about Biłgoraj and his time here. However, he's giving different names to those places, but most of them, they are about different Biłgorajs, let's say. So thanks to the project and on the Europeana, now you can visit Biłgoraj like 100 years ago alive. There is some guiding, there's some additional information. You can write a short story of the synagogue, for example, like here. You can also, because we have also like models of wooden synagogues, we prepared like 15 models of wooden synagogues from different parts of Poland, Ukraine, and Belarus, which were all destroyed during the Second World War. There's no anyone such a beautiful wooden building existing anymore, original one at least. But also we are kind of a little publishing house and little printing house. So we got, for example, the object, like this is like printing, how to say, matrix for Pesach Haggadah from Biłgoraj printing house from 19th century. So we have it in our collection originally, but we scanned it and we have like 3D model of this. This is very 3D object in real. So when you visit the Europeana website, you can watch it from every side. And this is another connection to Biłgoraj, which we saw before. We have also like collection kind of inventarization of tombstones on Jewish cemeteries in Lublin region. This is a Biłgoraj. It's important to talk about names. So where we were able to read name of the tombstone, we put it into the metadata too, and to description. So actually, if someone is looking for even like descendant or someone connected to some special person, it's possible to find it now. And But this is also like beautiful piece of art, just art. This is still, we are still in a small town of Biłgoraj for this presentation. So going back to tourism and Jewish history tours, it's possible to go to Biłgoraj and, for example, sit on the bench together with the monument of Yitzhak Bashevis Singer in the center of the town. It's possible to view, it's a model, it's a reconstruction of the wooden synagogue of Wołpa, which was in Belarus originally, but here's kind of like thematic park, let's say, open air museum, and they built natural size model of this synagogue. It's possible to visit it also. And so this is a connection, like you can use Europeana and those audio tours to get more information about the places you are visiting, and also make your experience more informative, deeper actually during your travel. So this is also kind of help for guide, actually, like real guide in person who can use those material during guiding. Just, oh, this is additional information. This is you can see. This is you can visit. So I think this is a very useful tool, both for individual visitors, both for guides who are going through different places, looking for traces of a Jewish heritage. So thank you. This is from my side. I recommend visiting the website. There is links to tours. There is links to the 3 models, and just use it.
Thank you very much, Emil. That was really very interesting to see how you worked on your sites and brought ancient places back to life. We will now hear from the side of Vadim, and already mentioned from multiple sides that he was very helpful making it all possible. So Vadim, the floor is yours.
Hi, good day, everyone. My name is Vadim. I am representing today Jewish Heritage Network, the aggregator behind the project. And as Lian said, the core operation of the aggregator is basically to propagate data from the institutions to Europeana platform. But inside this process, we are doing a lot of different things. It's sometimes just the mapping, sometimes it's also transformation to the EDM model when we have it in Dublin Core or in other formats. And I will tell a bit more what we have done apart from this. And now I would just go around a bit about the project statistics. So we managed to harvest data from 7 providers, except for already mentioned today Together Plan and Lublin. We also harvested data from Centropa, from Izmir project, and from Mosaica from Barcelona. Those were separated for many data sets. And in total, we provided almost 40,000 of new records to the project, and we updated even more records because some of them were geo-enriched during the project. In terms of data quality, we managed to have it really good quality. The quality of the data here is represented in the framework which Ilan mentioned before, the tiers, the content and metadata tiers. So most of the records are at least content tier 2, and metadata tier is A, B, and C. None of them are 0, and most of them are B, which is good quality data. Yeah, on top of the core operation, as I said before, we are also trying to making the provider's life easier. And for that, we are setting up the content management system for them if they need it. As Sonia explained before, many of the small institutions have data which is stored quite not in a structured way. It could be a Google spreadsheet and a bunch of different photos in different places. It could be Excel, it could be some old databases. And for those institutions, we are providing the content management system where which helps to organize data and to edit and manage it then in easier way. And it also speed up the process of transformation these data and publishing it to Europeana, because we already managed to develop the pipelines for transforming these from content management system to Europeana. And yeah, to summarize, we harvested a lot of new records. We updated a few records with geo-enrichments. We published during this project, actually, we processed the first 3D records for us, and they were published to Europeana. And yeah, as Leon said, this is quite important. We integrated the geo-enrichment as a part of our data pipelines. So few institutions had and for each institution, it depends on the data set. Some of the records are containing the geodata like as a coordinates, so they could be pinned to the map immediately. Some of them does have it mentioned in the metadata, but not as a coordinates. And for that, we integrated the geo-enrichment to actually have ability to put it on the map. And yeah, during the project, we contacted with Europeana team and Leon especially a lot, and transformation from different formats to EDM format was quite fast and smooth. Thank you for that. And yeah, we provide more high quality data to the Europeana platform. And to finalize, I would love to say thanks again to all our providers for cooperation and providing the nice data to us. That's it from my side. Yeah.
Thank you, Vadim. Thank you for this insight on your side, and yeah, how you helped every data provider and also me a lot. So thank you for that. And yeah, thank you for Debra, Sonja, and Emil also for your presentation. Yes, perhaps there are questions to any of us.
There are no questions in the Q&A panel, but there might be some questions on the spot from the audience. So, I mean, you can also put it in the chat if you feel more comfortable, or ask it directly to any of our speakers. Yeah, I don't see a question, but maybe I will ask one. And this is an open question to all. You can, each of you, give answers. So what was the biggest challenge? Maybe this is to data providers mainly. What was the biggest challenge when submitting data to Europeana?
I'm gonna.
Sure.
I'm just going to sort of jump in and just to say that when we signed up to be part of the project, it was almost a sort of, we didn't really know what we were signing up for, but we thought it sounded good and we knew what we were trying to do. And then I just followed my kind of gut instinct that this is something that we should be a part of. And then it was right, like the whole of Belarus has a Jewish story to tell. Where do we go? What do we do? And there's such a richness of information out there. It was a case of how do we get it into that media that we can participate in it. And that was a huge challenge because it also had to be high resolution imagery. So we sort of jumped in really with our eyes closed and went, okay, we can do this. And so that I would say was one of the big challenges, but we rose to that challenge because we like to be challenged. And then I think that, again, as we said before, was the learning on the job, really learning on the job, and we had to fail in order to learn. And I think Sonja was very transparent in explaining that when she spoke. So yeah, I would say that was a big challenge.
Yeah. Thank you. Not sure whether there is anyone else, or everything seems to be very clear with the data sharing.
No, from our side, the process was there was a problem of choosing which collection we should export. The quality of images which were scanned like 20 years ago are not enough well for Europeana at the moment, and we still have it in our database. So this is also we need to somehow improve a bit. There was some technical things we need to understood on the process, like what we can publish, what we can't publish. Actually, I was a bit surprised that many of our content we weren't able to publish on Creative Commons rights. However, some yes, but in many cases we had like some legal restrictions from donors, those who gave us the photos, that it was not pretty easy to share it. And we also published oral history, and this is still process, and this is okay. Anyway, we improved because first I don't know the word. First probe to publish oral history, it was just photos without the content. And we have a content which is better, but anyway, the structure of metadata in Europeana is very flat, and oral history is something structured. And this is we still don't have actually good solution to solve it. So this is like maybe the question to Europeana actually, how to make publishing oral histories, testimonies more fluent and more usable, let's say. But like the core thing, like photos, old photos and 3D models, it went, thanks to Vadim, it went quite smooth, I suppose.
Yeah.
If I may add from the aggregator side to what Emil said, like due to the rights and other issues, we also implemented the new way to filter the data which we are harvesting from the OAIP image. So before we harvest it usually set by set, and starting from this project, we implemented a way to harvest it basically on the selection by IDs of the records, which helps to separate between records which could be published and not.
Yeah. Thank you both. Lian, you wanted to come back to the topic?
Yes, because Emil was saying indeed that the oral history was maybe a bit hard to upload. That is true. There are fields, of course, that are have their own way of being and their own hierarchy. So since Europeana is very general, open to everything, very specialized things sometimes have to have their own custom approach. And of course, we keep looking into this, but this is one example that we can continue looking into. So
Thanks.
You for noticing. Yeah.
Can I also comment? Sorry. I think all the subjects which were mentioned are very important. I think the subject which was just discussed, the oral history structure and how Europeana can handle this, is also very important. And but we are short of time, so I chose to comment on another aspect, and that continuing what Deborah started. I think from the JHN perspective, as the aggregator of Jewish heritage, with Europeana, of course, primarily, but not only with Europeana, we should really try to look at this challenge very on a global scale and holistically. And what Deborah described about how we find those stories in Belarus and where, how we describe them, how we find them, what are the sources. This is actually true for all of Europe and maybe all of the world. And if our mission is to collect those records, collect those stories and preserve them for future generations, we should really be thinking about completely out of the box, because we know how to work with big institutions, medium institutions. Europeana has a lot of methodologies, and we propagate these methodologies diligently. But working with these small collections, with individual collections, sometimes with community collections, with collections which are under the radar of institutional radar, is taking something completely different. We need to build new technologies, new approaches, new models, new partnerships. I personally believe this can be very much done also getting back to my old tune in the data space context. But this is really, I think this is the main challenge of our initiatives these days. I think I'm happy this project highlighted this challenge, but we should really take it up in a systematic way in our future projects. This is our mission.
Thank you, Pavel. Okay. Any more questions or final remarks? Well, if there are, I mean, you know who to reach to. Our colleague, my colleague Lian on the aggregation side, and our speakers so far. Welcome back, everyone, to our second workshop in the capacity building block. After the very to the point and very factual data aggregation section, now we move to a much more creative one. And I present now my colleague Beth Daly, who is our storytelling master, and tell us how to make the magic with storytelling. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Milena, and thank you very much for inviting me to be here. I hope you've all had a great day so far. And it's Monday afternoon. Maybe energy levels are starting to get a bit Monday afternoon-y. So let's have an hour of creativity and see if we can get towards the end of the afternoon. I know you've got another fascinating session to end the day after this as well. So let's have an hour of creativity and see if we can boost our energy levels a bit and get inspired. So let me tell you a little bit about what we're going to do in the next hour. But first I'll introduce myself. So my name is Beth Daly and I'm an editorial advisor at the Europeana Foundation. So I'm a British white woman in my early 40s. Today I'm wearing a sort of dark blue and white stripy top. I've got long auburn hair, glasses and quite a big headset on today. So my job at Europeana Foundation is to really help my colleagues and our partners to tell stories with digital cultural heritage. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. We're going to do a practical workshop session, so I hope that you're going to join in with me. That'd be great. And so just with that in mind, a quick reminder about our inclusive engagement guidelines, which I'm sure you heard about at the beginning of the day. So they're up on screen now. And basically what it means is we invite you to be open and to be kind so that we can have a productive session together. And they're on screen. And if you have any needs at all, please do talk to us in the chat as we go through the session. So to help you get the most out of today's session, you can turn on closed captions on Zoom, and I'll provide descriptions of any visual material that I use so that anybody who hasn't got access to the screen or has any visual impairments can join in as well. Later on, we're going to do some workshop exercises together. So if you can grab a pen and paper or a device that you want to write with, that would be really useful. And when we get to it, please feel free to use any language you like to write. I'll be delivering the session in English, but you can do the exercises in any language that you want to. If you would like to share what you've written as we go along via the chat, that would be lovely, but there's absolutely no obligation to. So everything you do, you can keep to yourself as well. So don't worry about that when you join in. You're joining in for yourself. So I want you to feel comfortable and take the workshop exactly as you would like to. And as I said, anything else we can do to support you to get the most out of this session, let us know in the chat and we'll do our best to help. Okay, so let's think about storytelling. I want to say something that maybe some of you might find quite obvious. Some might not have thought about so much before. Storytelling is a really nice thing, isn't it? We all tell stories, we read children's stories at bedtime, all that kind of thing. Stories are a nice thing, but they're not just a nice thing. Telling stories is a skill. And it's something that we can use for a specific purpose. And that purpose is to engage people with information that we want to share with them. And I think that's really useful in a professional setting. So there's a difference between simply sharing some information with someone, think about a textbook maybe, and getting them to really care about the information and potentially to then take an action that you want them to take. Now that action might be to keep reading, it might be to share a social media post, to buy something, to sign up to something. So you're trying to get somebody to do something, and storytelling is one of the things that we can use in our toolkit to make that happen. And to me, the difference between simply sharing information and storytelling is that storytelling is about connecting with people on an emotional level. So I said emotion. Does it make you feel like that when I mention getting in touch with our emotions? So I tend to think that certainly the academic system, maybe that I've come through in the UK, and I don't know what it's like elsewhere, has values on sort of testing and evidence and quantitative ways of measuring things. And being told that we need to consider emotion, particularly in our professional work, can be a bit of a kind of an alien thing. I think it can be quite scary for some people. But when we write, whether that's a piece of purely creative writing, maybe it's a professional editorial or a social media post, or even a business report or an email, the thing to remember is that your reader is a human being, and human beings have emotions, right? So by connecting with them, we can help that other human being to have a deeper understanding of the topic and of the information we're trying to share. So I think we could use those emotions and the concept of storytelling, whether we're creating a piece of fiction or some kind of professional or business communication. And I think that experimenting with style and with approaches and with practicing creative writing, it opens up kind of more strategies for you when you come to write a factual piece or some kind of professional editorial. So if you haven't used creative writing in your professional work, think about maybe doing it. Think about what it could do to help you to open up your perspectives, to try the things, to look at things in new ways. And that's what we're going to try a little bit of today. And the technique we're going to use to do that is called free writing. So I just wonder in the chat, if you could just tell me, have you ever heard of free writing? Do we use it? Just give me a quick yes or no. Never heard of it. Love it. So I can see whether you've encountered this approach before, this technique. Just type me a quick message in the chat. Nope, nope, nope. This is absolutely fine because this is why we're here. Nope. No, no, no. Lots of no's. Okay, well, that's exciting because I'm going to present something new to you then. Yes, somebody has defo heard of it but never tried. No. Okay, excellent. So let's try. So free writing is really simple. It's nothing scary. All you do basically is you write without stopping. So you don't delete anything, you don't cross anything out, don't correct yourself, don't worry about spelling or punctuation or grammar. You can write in any language at all, and you can enjoy where your mind takes you. But why? Why are we going to do it? There's a few reasons. Free writing can be a discovery activity, so it can help us generate ideas. And it can also be a reflective activity, so it can help us kind of work out what's going on in our heads and get it down on paper, so we can kind of look at what we're feeling and thinking and see patterns or understand solutions to a problem, maybe even. And what's really important about it is that there's no expected outcomes. You are not writing for someone else to read. You're not writing for it to be published. Brainstorming, introspection. Exactly. So yeah, so it is what it says. You write freely, you write with no expected outcome. You just keep writing and you see what happens. So as I said, it's useful for generating ideas, and for if you have a problem, maybe you're stuck with a piece of writing, or even not a piece of writing, a project, something you're thinking about and you can't get through, try a free writing exercise. Just start writing for a couple of minutes and see what happens, and you might be able to think yourself through that problem and see where you can start to take it afterwards. And it also, I think, because there's no expected outcome, it's an opportunity to silence that critic that says, if you write something, it's got to be good, or it's got to have a structure, or it's got to be purposeful, because it isn't. Free writing is not about that. It is literally just about getting things out of here and onto the page. So we're going to have a little go, a really simple exercise to begin with, and it's this. I'm going to give you 2 minutes in a moment, and what I'd like you to do is to write for 2 minutes without stopping, if you can, please, on these 2 questions. Remember that this is a useful reflective activity, so let's kind of get in touch with how you're feeling today at this point. So I want you to write about how do you want to feel at the end of today, and you might take that as meaning this session, the end of the event in total. It might mean later on in the evening. How do you want to feel at the end of today, and how are you going to make sure that you achieve that? What steps are you going to take? So I'm going to give you 2 minutes of silence to do these tasks. So whenever we do a task together, I'll give you silence. So please don't think something's gone wrong if you don't hear from me for a little while. Okay. And this exercise is just for you. I'm not going to ask anybody to share what they write down here at all. This is just for you. So I'm going to give you 2 minutes to write, and I want you to keep going. Just keep going for 2 minutes until I stop you. And that starts now. Okay, that's 2 minutes. So stop there. I'm not going to ask you to share what you've written with me, but did you manage to keep writing for 2 minutes? Did you write something? Did everyone manage? Yeah, we've got some heads nodding of people that I can see. And if I can't see you, pop it in the chat. Did you manage to write something? Got a yes, yes, yes. Oh, congratulations. That was quite easy. Oh, good. I'm pleased. Good. And I hope that also what you've written down is going to be useful to you throughout the day. And I think it's quite a nice way to start a day sometimes, especially if you've got, you know, a workshop or an event or something, or a big piece of work to do, something you need to focus down on. Do this at the beginning of the day and then keep checking back on it throughout the day and see how it works for you. Okay, so we're going to talk about storytelling now in more detail. And what I'm going to do and how we're going to operate the rest of the session is we're going to look at these 7 tips for digital storytelling for the cultural heritage sector. Now, we created these as part of a piece of work a couple of years ago in a Europeana network task force. We looked at great storytelling examples from around the web and around the world. And we looked primarily at whether we liked them, if they grabbed us. And so we picked loads of examples of things we just really liked. And then we looked at them to see what was it that made them engaging? Why did we like them? And was there anything that they shared? And what we found out, what it underlined, was that the examples we loved made us react emotionally in some way. So as lots of other people, you know, have written and said, emotional engagement is at the heart of successful storytelling. Okay, so how do you do that? How do you create that? So we created these 7 tips to help. And I'll play you the video, which has some of the people who were involved in our task force introducing you to the tips. And then after that, we'll work through some of them together with some exercises. And thank you, Milena, for sharing the link in the chat. We've got translations of these tips as well on Europeana Pro and lots of different ways of presenting them. So you can explore that later. This video should be about 3 minutes long, I think. So I shall play it now.
Digital cultural heritage collections are amazing. There's so much to explore. So, how do you make sure that the stories you tell through your blogs, exhibitions, events, social media and apps really capture the imaginations of your audience? Here are 7 tips to help.
Histórias pessoais trazem o passado para a vida. Pensa como podes apresentar experiências pessoais e mergulhar no significado humano de um evento ou de um objeto. E lembra-te, deves ser sensível aos contextos sociais e culturais das diferentes audiências.
כולנו רוצים ללמוד ממומחים, אבל זה לא צריך להיות משימה. בחר שפה נגישה וימנע מג'ארגון איפה שאתה יכול. בנוסף להיות מומחה ומושכל, אתה יכול להיות גם ניסיוני ושובבי.
Porta alla luce il patrimonio nascosto. Riesci a trovare storie che non sono state raccontate altrove? Considera chi manca nella foto. Cerca gemme nascoste. Le collezioni digitali ne hanno molte. Il tuo pubblico può essere una fonte di idee? E anche i tuoi collaboratori?
Digitale culturele collecties zijn een geweldige bron voor beeld. Onderbreek lange teksten of verhalen met afbeeldingen, video's of audiofragmenten. Gebruik hoge kwaliteit afbeeldingen en nodig mensen uit om erop in te zoomen en nieuwe dingen te ontdekken. Experimenteer en speel.
Να προσκαλέσετε τους επισκέπτες σας σε ένα προγραμματισμένο ταξίδι. Επίσης, η πλοήγησή σας πρέπει να είναι απλή, έτσι ώστε να ξέρουν οι ίδιοι πού βρίσκονται. Και δώστε τους τις οδηγίες όταν μπορείτε. Ενώ βοηθήστε τους εάν δεν είναι δυνατόν να τους δώσετε συγκεκριμένες οδηγίες.
Jede Geschichte braucht eine Handlung. Gibt es ein besonderes Bild, Zeichen oder ein Ereignis, das den Kern deiner Erzählung gut beschreibt? Verbinde die Details deines Themas miteinander zu einem großen Ganzen. Es ist wirklich so, persönliche Geschichten und gut ausgewählte Bilder sind sehr hilfreich.
Le storie relative al patrimonio culturale devono essere basate sui fatti, ma non temere di utilizzare parole, immaginari o approcci descrittivi ed evocativi. Invita lo spettatore ad utilizzare la sua immaginazione. Prendi in considerazione tutti i sensi. Audio e video possono essere un valido supporto e divertiti.
Want to find out more? Go to bit.ly, that's bit.ly/Europeana Storytelling. There we go. I hope you enjoyed the video. Okay, so as I said, we have translations of those tips available, and there they all are just on one slide view, but we're going to investigate some of them a bit closer together now. So the first one we're going to look at is tell hidden stories. So as it says here, so much of cultural history remains untold, and bringing hidden heritage to light engages audiences, and it creates a sense of community, identity, and shared history. So the crucial thing to think about here is who is missing from the picture, and can you give them a voice? And when you're thinking about exploring a place, I think it's really interesting and exciting when you find out something new, something beyond the sort of standard guidebook information. So what are the stories about place and the people associated with it that you might be able to tell? And I'm going to share a picture with you, and I'll talk about it briefly, and then we'll start writing based on this image. So this one is it's a 3D model of an old town. It's the town of Ostro at the turn of the 16th and 17th century, and it's a digital 3D model, which I think is really quite cool, that we found that's on Europeana. So you can see that it's an old town. The town has been developed at different times. It's been extended. There are different types of architecture there, different types of fortification. You can see outside of the town, there's a ditch, and then there's some grassland with occasional wooden buildings and a few trees. But what's really interesting is it's a 3D model. There's no people in it. So who's there? Whose stories are there? There aren't. You can't see the people there. You're going to have to make this up yourself. But there are lots of ways in. I think there's lots of symbols in this image of protection, of power, of ownership, of being inside or outside. So being an insider or an outsider, and the kind of connotations of rules and hierarchies that that brings about. So what are you interested in? Which people do you want to find out about? So what I'm going to ask you to do is I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and I'm going to ask you to write, and I want you to write about someone. And obviously you're going to make up all the details, and that's absolutely okay. Who they are, where are they in this picture? I wonder why we haven't heard their story before. So you can use the image as a prompt or not. Maybe you want to think about the concept of hidden stories in some other way. That's also fine. But whatever you want to do, I just want you to keep writing. Remember that this free writing, there's no expected outcome. It's just about keeping going and seeing what happens. Any language you like. If you get stuck, just start again or go in a different direction or take a different building or think of a new person. Whatever you do is right. Okay? So I'm going to give you 5 minutes of silence again. And I'll leave this picture up on the screen, and I want you to write about a hidden story. Whose story are you going to tell? And I'll give you 5 minutes from now. Thank you. Okay, that's 5 minutes gone, so stop there. So, how did you get on? You don't have to share what you've written if you don't want to, but if you would like to copy and paste into the chat, that'd be amazing. But otherwise, tell me, how did you find the 5 minutes just writing? Was it easy? Was it hard? Maybe tell me a little bit about the person you wrote about. Were they inside or outside of this town? What kind of era were you thinking about? I'll give you a minute to type into the chat.
I'll dare to share the beginning of my story.
Thank you. Go for it, Milena. Here we go. The story of the Tower Guardian. It's not only one. Oh, twin brothers. Excellent. Oh, wonderful. And did you find it easy, Milena, to write for 5 minutes? So yeah, you enjoyed it? Yeah.
I found inspiration.
Brilliant. I love this. Yeah, the idea of two twin brothers. Oh, on the night of the big summer solstice. Oh, it's nearly the summer. It's this summer solstice this week, isn't it? Yeah. Anybody else?
Magical night.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Does anybody else want to share? You don't have to share what you've written, but just tell me in the chat whether you enjoyed doing that. Really nice to write. It does. Yeah, it really does go quickly, doesn't it? 5 minutes. Yeah. Did anybody find it hard? It's also a completely valid response. Do you like the picture? Did it capture your imagination? I found myself, because I joined in as well, I had a small child kind of looking up at the solid wall and being sort of out of bounds, knowing that his mother would scold him if she knew that he was there, because there was a cousin who one time had got too close to this place or something and had disappeared, and where was he now? And nobody would talk about it. And this boy wondering whether he was gone or whether he was inside the town. Maybe he was feasting with the king while the little boy was out here kind of foraging and getting by. Excellent. Leanne, it was very relaxing. That's nice and made me creative. Well, that's a nice observation, isn't it? Because if you find that relaxing, then maybe if you've got a stressful day and a problem that you're working through, maybe taking 5 minutes out to do something like this would be productive. That's nice. When you only have 5 minutes, Amelia says, you really push your creativity. Yeah, Deborah, great picture with so many possibilities. Yeah, I was quite excited when I found this one. It really captured my imagination. It was a nice experience that I wouldn't have tried alone. Thank you. Oh, good, Helga. Well, that's why you're here. Excellent.
Just to interfere, yeah, a bit. I mean, we decided for this particular workshop to allow for voice. So participants, if they raise their hand, they can also speak.
Okay.
Moment, yeah, it was only the chat, but I think it would be really nice if we allow a bit more interaction.
Perfect. In that case, yes, if you want to reflect, pop your hand up and we can bring you to life. Eva says, in the meantime, the setting of a converso and their life and losses, going to the church and feeling the constraint of walls within walls. Oh, I like that idea. Excellent. Okay. Well, if nobody has anything else to say on this one, I'm not sure if I'll be able to tell if anyone's put their hand up. I don't think they have. Shout up, Milena, if you spot anyone. We'll move on to the next exercise. We've got 2 more to do in total. So the next one puts together 2 of the tips. It puts together be personal and be evocative, because I think they go really well together. So think about, when we look at the next image, who's in the picture and what's their story. Because I think being personal, and that you can be personal in so many ways. You can use your own passion for something, or you can pick out details of the people involved in the story that you're telling, and you can make connections between the past and the present, the people in your story, the people reading it or being involved. You can find ways that that resonate between people, and a really nice way of doing that, I think, is to do with being evocative as well, particularly in using the senses. So, we have 5 senses. So think about sounds and smells and touch and taste and feelings. what's going on somewhere. You know, how can we bring something to life? How can we make somebody step inside a situation or a piece of history or a story by using the senses, for example? Because we do get lots of sort of cultural history stories and articles and leaflets, maybe, you know, when you're visiting somewhere, that they're really informative, but could be quite dry. And I think if we can use some descriptive terms and language, we can really invite people in so they can place themselves within the scene. So that's what we're going to try and do with the next one. So yeah, when you want to encourage people to explore somewhere, to visit a place, it's really useful to cultivate that personal connection. So what about this place or this journey or this person can others relate to? You know, what can intrigue you? So invite them in using personal elements and evocative language. And we will have a go using this lovely picture, which is, this is a shop in Amsterdam's Jewish quarter. You can see there's a woman sitting on a step and she's looking right at us. She's wearing a white apron. On one side of her, there's a cloak or a coat hanging up. On the other side of her, there's a board with some handwritten writing on it. Beside that, there's a window, a shop window, but it's kind of hard to see what's being displayed. But there's some clues outside. There's a small stove there with some weighing scales on top of it. And I think this picture is really interesting because it's very dark, except for a couple of little highlights here and there, including her face, which looks like there's a light shining straight down the middle of her face onto her nose, doesn't it? And she's looking right at us, which I find really interesting. So who is this woman? And also, who's the viewer? Who is she looking at? And I think, to me, this painting evokes lots of textures. I can imagine touching, you know, the clothing, the coat on the side, maybe the texture, you know, that chalky texture you get on like a blackboard. I can kind of feel that in my fingers. Maybe there's some smells coming out of the shop. And maybe there's some heat from that stove, although whether it's on or not, you can't tell. So what I'd like you to do is to spend another 5 minutes writing from this picture. So however you want to approach it is fine. You want to have a conversation with this lady, or you just want to describe it. Maybe you want to imagine you're entering the shop, and it's entirely up to you. But think about being personal. Think about being evocative. Think of all the senses you can use and see what descriptive language you can use there. So again, I'll give you another 5 minutes of silence and come back to you after that. Any questions or anything, pop them in the chat. Otherwise, best of luck, and I'll speak to you again in 5 minutes. Okay, stop there. How was that one? Are you enjoying making things up? How did you get on there? Either, yep, write in the chat, or raise your hand and I'll open up your microphone for you. Let me know, who was this lady? What did you find out about her? Did you enjoy it? Was it easier or harder than the first one? You love this exercise. Excellent. Tell me what it is you loved about it. Milena thinks it was a little bit harder. Why, Milena?
I don't know, maybe. Well, but let's maybe first Monica explain about.
Monica, do you want to speak? I can, if you raise your hand, I can unmute you if you like. Leanne, easier because there were more boundaries. Now, I was just about to suggest that Milena might have found it difficult because more difficult because there were more boundaries. So you had an actual person, whereas the first exercise, it was completely free reign, wasn't it? There were no people. Okay, Monica, I felt I can really get to places without thinking a lot about the outcome. Yeah, and that's why free writing is just so useful and so nice to do, because there's no designated outcome. Excellent. Whose is this? Deborah. Thank you so much for sharing, Deborah. Oh, I'm there already by the second line. The delicious lure of the freshly baked challah bread. Ah, so the little stove at the front is a tiny little oven.
Yeah, for me, I felt a bit lost on which sensation to focus. I mean,
Yeah.
in my mind, I had several directions, and it was a bit more difficult to decide. So
Okay.
I went up for a really gloomy one.
Okay, gloomy, that's a good word. Can anyone else put a word in the chat about kind of the atmosphere of your piece of writing there? Milena's was a little bit gloomy, I think. Oh, here's yours. Thank you, Milena. Walking in the early evening of November. I won't read them all out because you can all read. Oh, sharp, warm, as if she knew my story was telling me, all will be all right, girl. Oh, that's lovely. Yeah, and I just love this in Deborah's this. Is it? I don't know whether it seems to me like a child maybe waiting outside. Yeah. Did you enjoy that, Deborah? Yeah. Nodding. Excellent. Thank you. Anybody else got a word that describes kind of was it positive? Was it a kind of mostly more negative and gloomy one, like Milena said? Was it optimistic? Was it nostalgic? Any other words to describe what you've just written? Thank you, Amelia. A bit harder since we have to solely focus on this lady, and there were so many storylines. It's difficult, isn't it? Is it too many boundaries? Is it not enough? Stopped on the fact that she lived a long and happy life, and at the moment was wrapping up her shift for the day. Okay. Made me think that she's a human being just like us, and sometimes finds herself caught up in the routine of the experience that we call life. A great journey, Delphine, an incredible meeting with this woman. Excellent. Yeah. So yeah, if you can create connections between yourself in the present day to the people in these places that you're wanting to create tours and visits to, or articles around, then people can really kind of get to grips with them and really kind of understand, because I think that's what we're always trying to do, isn't it? Help people to understand what's happened in the past and how it shapes what we do today as well. So I think, yeah, being personal, being evocative and telling those hidden stories can bring people right in. So we've got one more exercise to do, and it's another one that puts two together. And I think these two work together really well as well. So be informal but expert, and be specific. And I think these can work hand in hand when we're thinking about making a connection with audiences, specifically in like a tourism kind of activity, when you want to share something with an audience and you want them to see you as the expert. You've got expert knowledge to share, but you also want to be accessible and get to as many people as possible, as simply as possible. So you shouldn't be afraid of sharing details and and facts and being specific about something, but you want to kind of maybe, depending on the setting, avoid kind of overly academic or overly technical language, and it takes a bit of finding the right balance of detail and tone. So normal, friendly spoken language can be really useful. And I just wanted to point out at this point that that's something that's highlighted in a video series made by the Jewish Heritage Network, introducing cultural storytelling tools. They're all on Europeana Pro, and session 2 was excellent about how to create a story, and it has this tip in it as well. So normal, friendly spoken language really brings people in because it's how people speak. We're all humans, as I said at the beginning. We're just trying to make connections between one another. So as long as content is well informed, your story can be experimental and playful. And something that was really interesting that's on the screen there is that in the examples we looked at when we were creating these tips, and what kind of surprised me at the time was that the examples that we really loved tended, not always, but tended to start from a really specific detail. And then at some point they came out to a broader picture. Whereas I think sometimes it's tempting to start with a big picture to really set a broad scene and then kind of pick something out. So when we're doing this next exercise, I'd like you to start with a specific detail to find something that intrigues you and to keep that running through the thread of your 5 minutes of what you're going to write. So let's try. Here's the last picture for you to look at. And this is an image of a table with 4 chairs around it. It's fairly normal, isn't it? It's set with a decorative tablecloth and platters of salad and fruits, and there's rice there. There's a tureen of something in it at the far end. There's juice. In the kind of background, there are some lush plants and flowers. It's sunny. It's really inviting place to be, I think. So I'd like you to choose something that appeals to you in this image. Now, it might be the food and drink. Maybe it's something to do with crafting and how that tablecloth was made, or the furniture. Maybe it's the weather, the time of year. Maybe it's the plants. So I want you to imagine that you're going to sit down at this table with somebody else. And I want you to imagine a conversation with them, talking about something that you're intrigued by here. So how does that conversation go? So you're going to make things up because maybe you don't know all about the traditions of tablecloth making or the food that's on the table. So it's absolutely fine to make up the details here, but allow yourself and your conversation partner to be experts, either one or both of you. And just have yourself sit down and have a conversation using normal conversation, friendly language, informal, and just see how you get on. And we're going to give you, this is the last 5 minutes of exercise, and then we'll meet back again. Okay, and I wish you luck with that, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, and that's it. Our writing challenges are finished today. How was that one for you? Who were you talking to and what were you talking about? Don't forget, if you'd like to speak, just pop your hand up. You can get involved. Did you enjoy this one? Was it harder than the other ones? What are your reflections? Yes, Deborah. You and me? Yep, there we go.
So yeah, so mine was a conversation between a visitor and somebody from the area. And the visitor says that it's beautiful here, but I want to talk about, I'm like, my eyes are drawn to these fresh vegetables and the fresh fruits. And so the other person who is the expert and the local says, yes, this is all locally grown. The land is very rich here. This is where the communities have always, sustained themselves by growing all these fresh vegetables and fruits. And it all goes into the food that we're eating here. And we create things, we bottle things and we sell them, and it's our industry. And so the person who is the local is the expert and the other person is learning about the things on the day.
Excellent, lovely. That's really nice. And it's nice, isn't it, how a conversation between people can reveal a lot of really interesting information. That's a nice way of presenting information. Sometimes it doesn't have to be, a third person narrative. It can be, you can present a conversation between two people in a video of something, or some kind of resource. Anybody else like to share? Oh, something's popped up on the chat. Thank you, Emilia. The table's prepared by the members, of Mountain Dew family. From this, the picture is for Azerbaijan. Well done. What you see on the table, a way this family decorates their table for supper. Fresh fruit, veggies and fruits, along with tendir bread. Oiled rice stuffed with meat, stuffed cabbage leaves. P.S. All the members were super lovely and hospitable. Pavel, thank you. That's nice. I love a family recipe that gets passed down from generation to generation. It's so much more than a recipe then, isn't it? It's a history. Thank you.
My conversations are also family related, so I won't post it this time, but it was more around the bread. I mean, talking about, I want to, I'm happy to taste the bread of grandma again. And this time I should really take the recipe and what was the secret ingredients, perhaps the herbs in the region or something like this.
Brilliant. Thank you. And fruit, I find food and drink, very evocative subject. Yeah. One of my main passions. Okay, well, keep sharing in the chat if you would like to, as I kind of round up the end of the session. So I just wanted to recap what we've done in the last hour. So we've explored Europeana's 7 storytelling tips, and I don't know if you've realized you've done this, but you've overcome the blank page. You've written, I think we've done 4 exercises there in total, and I hope that you've managed to get involved with each of them, and you've done something. You've overcome the blank page, you've created, you've written, so well done. And in using the tips, we've approached writing from several different angles, and I think the 7 tips can be a really good checklist if you are involved in writing or developing stories for anything. Then you can go back to them and check through and see, you know, is there a way we can improve on this piece of work by being more personal? Or, oh, look, we've been really expert here, but maybe the tone's got a bit too formal. Shall we try and be a little bit more informal? And I also think they work as a really good troubleshooting checklist as well. If you're working on something and actually there's a section that doesn't feel quite right, doesn't gel with the others, and you're not sure why, maybe check back against the 7 storytelling tips and see if there's something missing. Maybe you're being really personal for most of it, but this one section, actually, you've lost your way in terms of connection. So you can use it as a checklist and go back again and see if you can make any improvements. I hope you'll find it a useful tool anyway. So in doing this, we've also thought a little bit about how storytelling can be used to connect with tourism audiences in place. We've looked at places and people, and we've participated and we've discussed and we've reflected together. So that's quite a lot to have achieved in 1 hour, I think. So before we finish, I want to kind of do a complimentary little task from the first one we did. So at the beginning, you wrote down how you wanted to feel at the end of the day and what you would do. So now you've had this little workshop session, just write yourself a few notes. What will you take away from today's session? And are there any actions that you want to set for yourself? Write them down now so that you don't forget them. And if you would like to share them in the chat, please feel free. I'd be really interested to know whether you've enjoyed yourself. Oh, Emil says thank you. Oh, thank you very, very much. I'm glad you've enjoyed it. And Milena has kindly put some links in the chat, and I'm just going to tell you about those in a second. So yeah, take a moment. Just what will you take away from today's session, and what actions will you set yourself? I'll just give you a few seconds to note that down. Right then, and if you want to keep doing that, you keep doing that while I just give you a few little other resources that you can have a look at. So we've got here again the link to the storytelling tips. As I said, you'll find them on Europeana Pro, and there's a video and there's infographics which have been translated into a few different languages, which is really useful. So have a look on there and explore them. We also recently ran our digital storytelling festival, so you can go on to Europeana Pro again and find out all about that. There are recordings from the sessions that we ran in May, which it was a really great event. So do go and have a look and see what was going on there. And there's also lots of other storytelling resources, stories themselves to do with the digital storytelling festival. And of course, can't go without saying that you can explore some great stories that use digital cultural heritage on the Europeana website itself. So if you go to europeana.eu/stories or click the stories button, you'll find loads of blogs and exhibitions and galleries there. Okay, so that's the end of my session. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope it's given you some practical, Pavel slapping, thank you, practical approaches that you can take. Remember the free writing, because it's useful for all sorts of things, even if you don't think you ever do creative writing. It's really useful for any kind of writing and getting over problems and thinking blocks and things. Use the 7 tips. Just enjoy being creative and seeing what you can come up with. And you can, if you've got any questions or anything, you can always get in touch with me via Europeana. And yeah, I will hand back to Milena. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Beth. It was a wonderful workshop, and I can see a lot of very positive comments in the chat. So I think we all leave this workshop very happy and inspired, even though we might not become creative writers, as you said. For our third and last session for the day, after learning about the complexities of data sharing and experimenting a bit with our own creativity, it's time to enter the world of AI and other innovation technologies. and learn how this can help us enhance the touristic experiences, developing the touristic experiences. So Alex, welcome, and yeah, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Thanks everyone. Glad to see here many familiar faces. So yeah, let's get started. So my name is Alex. I'm working for Pangianic. Those who don't know me, so I'm tech lead of the JHN History Tours project. And as Pangianic, the Spanish-based AI company, we've been involved in quite a few European projects, working on the data, translating the data, improving it, developing the recommendation engine, and so on. So we are long-term partners in the European family, let's say so. So I'll tell you about our experience with AI in this project and a bit beyond it, because we also experimented with the recent technology, and I can say that AI technology has progressed immensely compared to the time we started the project, and especially compared to the time that we submitted the proposal. So things have changed, and we try to be up to date with the changes, and we tried the new technologies, and I'll tell you a bit about it further. So I will mainly divide the AI services which we used into two categories. So those which we used for the tours production, as Pavel described you briefly the production pipeline that we've done. That included the machine translation, neural voiceover, some automatic rephrasing using the ChatGPT, and the recommendation engines for recommending related items to be included in the tour. And then, as we've been an aggregation project, so we also worked on aggregating new cultural heritage objects into Europeana and improving the quality of the metadata, which includes, again, automatic geo-enrichment, producing the geolocated items from the description of the records. We've been working on image captioning, generating basically the caption of the image based on the image itself. We've also worked with summarization, automatic subtitling, and OCR, optical character recognition. So I'll briefly go in this order and describe each of the services in one of the slides. So let me know if you have any question. You're welcome to stop me, and if you want to get a bit deeper, I will try to do it in as less technical as possible way, so that even people without the computer science background would understand. So tours and numbers, well, I think it was mentioned already a few times here. So we developed about 34 tours in different locations, and then there is a cluster of the 100 small tours in villages and small towns in Lublin region. Overall, we produced more than 1,100 tour stories. So basically, each tour is a line with the stops. So what I mean under tour stories is the stops, but sometimes each stop has few tour stories. And we developed it in several editors systems. So it's Easy Travel, Clio News Tour, and Tour Studio, the tour framework developed as a part of the project. So just again, a brief how the production flow worked. So each one developed the tour in either Easy Travel or Clio or the Tour Studio itself. Then we aggregated all the external tours in the Tour Studio. And from there, we called the machine translation service, which machine translate, and we stored it again in Tour Studio. Next step is the voiceover, again in already multiple languages. So for some tours, the providers of the tour, they produce the human-based voiceovers in some languages. So we absolutely, this is preferable than automatic voiceover still. But voiceover is the neural voiceover is really nice addition to the regular voiceover. And then after all of this is ready, we publish it back to Easy Travel Clio, and as Pavel also described, we can publish it to any platform, as this is platform independent storage, which can be used to publish on multiple platforms. So we start with machine translation. Pangenic is, at its core, is machine translation company. So we have the neural translation system, which we developed already for more than 10 years. And it's state of the art. So it produces really good quality of translation. And it was used already in multiple Europeana projects. Culture, we started with the culture chatbot in 2018, continued with Europeana XX Century of Change. Further in European Translate, where these engines were fine-tuned specifically on the heritage data, and it was used in two current projects, JR, which has just finished a few months ago, and Jewish History Tours, which will end in about 2 weeks. So during European Translate, these engines were tuned on cultural domain. So basically, it's better, for example, than Google Translate, because it has specifics which were trained on. And we used all these engines, so they're available in all 25 European languages, but we used it mainly for 5 languages. So we translated all the tour descriptions and all the tour stories into English, German, French, Spanish, and Italian. So this is an example of the translation. So I think this is the, I don't remember which tour is that, but it's translated in, as you can see, in Spanish and in French. I think it's one of the Alderstadt tours. So the next step is neural voiceover. Here we didn't have the in-house expertise. We also explored multiple providers. There is some open source library called Poki text-to-speech. It's pretty good, but not perfect. And then at the end, we ended up trying the big players providers, and they usually have the best quality. And we chose the Amazon Poly, which is the service which has really great quality, and it's available in all languages that we needed. And in terms of cost effectiveness, it was also pretty good. So it has a quite big free tier for the, I think, about 23 hours of voiceover each month, so it's free. So we made a voiceover in 6 languages because, well, Polish was very important here, as we produced many tours across Lublin and the area, and all other 5 languages which I mentioned. Just hope you will hear it. So
Choral Taharat HaKadosh is the only synagogue still in use in Vilnius. Since its foundation in 1903, this synagogue stood out from the other more traditional ones. It was the first public synagogue that was not restricted to a single group, and summoned a relatively small, but gradually growing and modernizing Jewish community of Masculum.
I think it's pretty good. You can still hear that it's robot, it's not person, but taking into account that how much time and money would take to produce the human quality voiceover, so we just didn't have that resources, and I think it was a reasonable trade-off, and we experimented with the new technology. Yeah, so been here. So the next one which we used, well, it was already in the time that ChatGPT went out, and we needed some rephrasing for some of the Lublin tours, because these tours were built on the offline guidebook, and they were tailored more to reading than to walking. So we need some adaptation, and we experimented with the ChatGPT, and it's generative AI, as I call it here. So, and as you might know, it has some problems that can hallucinate and can produce incorrect things. But if you tell him to do certain things, it's amazing on that. And summarization and the phrasing, it's really where it stood out. And it's mainly works the best for English. So you can try it also in your language, and it still can be very, very useful. Just you need to be in control of it and check the outcome. Another service that we produced is basically we extended the recommendation engine for the cultural heritage, which was produced earlier by the project of European X6, which we were already part of. And here we extended it to produce recommendations for the cultural heritage objects to be included as a part of the tour. It's included as a plugin to Tour Studio, and they connected to the European API. So basically, when you enter the Tour Studio and start to build the tours, you can ask it to bring some objects from Europeana, and it will be based on the relevance of the objects to the other items on the tour, and also the distance and the geolocation, which is very important. So it's one of the deliveries of the project that we committed to. So here is the screenshot that you see. At the bottom, you see the green is the current tours, and in the center of Krakow, there is some item from Europeana which can be relevant. It suggested, but then the person who builds the tour, it's like he or she actually decides whether to include the item into the tour. Another service which was part of the commitment to Eurocommission is the geo-enrichment, and we developed the innovative algorithm, again using one of the open source models, the model called mGenre, and which actually recognizes the geographical items in the title of the objects, and it also can find the relation to Wikidata, meaning Wikipedia. So it identifies the names of the countries, cities, sometimes streets and neighborhoods, depending on the coverage in the Wikipedia. And in our case, it produced really good results. We validated it manually. This will get sample of the results on few data sets from different providers, and the result was very good. We submitted as the delivery, also the validation process. It's one of the milestones. And why do we need geo-enrichment? I think it's pretty obvious. So it can improve user experience on Europeana portal, so you can see it on the map, and it can enable the geo query. So if you query the items in a certain area, it will get it right. That's it. So overall we produced about 26,000 geo enrichments, which they already submitted to Europeana, and most of them are published. Another algorithm which also was based on the ChatGPT using the API. So we improved the titles and descriptions. So basically, there was a data set which included very long descriptions, but the items didn't have titles. So what we try to do is basically to summarize the description into a single sentence title, and it worked really well. Again, we validated manually, but the quality was really impressive. And well, here are the two examples. As you can see, the ChatGPT is really understands in that sense what's important in the few sentences, and creates a single sentence with the summarization of it. So this is about it. Then we experiment also with image captioning, which basically we had the images without, again, images without titles, or without good titles. So we experimented with a few models by detecting the object in the image and then generating the textual description from the image. And we used it to improve the metadata. So I'll show you a few examples. And on the left, you see the image with the object detection. So basically, well, the model which was run there can detect objects and basically name this object. You can see it identifies really good quite a big number of persons in the image. And on the right, you can see our experiment with different models, which can produce titles directly from the image. And you see some of them are doing pretty good, some of them a bit less, because many of them were trained on the modern images and not on the historical ones. So I think in this case, well, the second probably was the best. The black and white photo of women in uniforms walking down the road, which is, I think it's very impressive. How the model can catch the essence of the image. So we'll continue with a few more examples. So here we have two men sitting at the dining table, and as you can see, the model can clearly separate the objects and each detection also has the probability of it from 0 to 1. It even can detect the tie, which is really small, small item on the image. And again, on the right, the same models trying to produce meaningful caption out of it. And I think it's it's doing a pretty good job. Actually, the second one is somehow invented here the word, which was not there. But I think that the rest, the first also invented a bit of glass of beer. So I think in this case, the last three models, they are the best ones. And the last experiment in this case, so we have the image of, I think it's 3 Moroccan Jewish girls. And so again, it's very good at detecting the objects in it. It could detect the suitcase on the left and produce, well, not all of them are precise. For example, the VGPT2, it produced a family photo of a man and woman. Well, not exactly, but then there is a black and white photo of 3 women sitting in front of a tree. Well, it's pretty correct, I would say. Okay, and so the next one this was already less related to the project itself, but we have a provider, Blavatnik Archive, with this subtitle, with the videos, interviews of Holocaust survivors. So which they wanted to produce the subtitles. And we experimented with the open voice recognition model called the Whisper. It's also from the OpenAI, but it's open unlike ChatGPT. And it automatically generated and translated subtitles. So basically, again, it's doing amazing job in catching the different accents. And this interview was in Russian from the very old man. Well, I can actually.
Сегодня 29 июня 2009.
Well, I'll leave it for a minute so you can hear and
В городе Львове. На встрече
check the quality of the subtitles.
лагеря смерти. Будьте любезны, ваше имя, отчество, фамилия, когда и где вы родились и что запомнилось из жизни до войны.
Значит, Симхович Григорий Семенович родился 16 апреля 1929 года в городе Тульчин Винницкой области, Украина.
So you could hear that it's catching correctly the names of the small town of in the Ukraine, which is pretty amazing, I would say. So we subtitled the whole interview, which was 50 minutes, and I watched it carefully, and I just noticed 5 minor errors, which probably can be corrected if you can fine-tune this model if you have already manually subtitled videos, so it can be improved even further. But overall, the quality is impressive. It's also multilingual, so it supports many different languages. Some of them are better, some of them are worse. Russian from them is pretty high on the list. Well, obviously the most popular, like English, Spanish, German, French, Italian, they have really good quality. And so if you have videos to subtitle, this is the way to go. And I think now there are even better models which came out in the last couple of weeks, but I have not yet tried them, so I can't say. And then we also done optical character recognition, OCR. So it was we tried some recent models, and they were less correct and more traditional Tesseract tool, which is well, it's kind of AI, but it's more traditional one, not the one developed in the recent years. But still, the quality of the OCR, also in Russian, for example, and in Hebrew, which is more challenging language as for OCR, because the Hebrew alphabet has less distinct letters. They are much more similar to one another, but it did very good job. And I think that's it. So if you have any questions, I'm pretty much on time. So we're happy to answer. Or if you want to experiment with your data, so feel free to reach to me after that, and we can see what we can do with your data.
Thanks, Alex. I mean, it was very insightful, especially for a kind of AI newbie like me. We don't have questions in the Q&A session or the chat, so I suggest that we move to the next talk, and then maybe if there are some questions afterwards, we can answer them.
Sure, no problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Konstantinos Hadjitheodorou, and I am the head of machine learning of Pangeanic. Thank you for being here for this presentation today. The goal of the presentation is to present how large language models can help the cultural heritage and tourist domains. And during this presentation, I will cover 4 key areas. So I will explain what are the large language models. Then I'll show you how the large language models can enhance the cultural heritage and tourism. We'll see the culture chatbot, which helps the cultural heritage organizations. And then we'll see how we can extend this cultural chatbot, and we'll see the benefits of using large language models. Let's talk about the large language models and see what are they. Probably you have already used some of them. A large language model is an advanced AI system which is designed to process and generate human-like text. To do so, it is trained on a vast amount of text data, and it learns patterns, language structures, and contextual understanding. The best or the well-known large language models are ChatGPT, which is provided by OpenAI, and BARD, which is available in the US and the UK, and it is provided by Google. And here I have 2 screenshots from ChatGPT about the 10 must-see paintings in Louvre, Musée du Louvre, or what you can see in Louvre in 2 hours. What are the benefits and how and where we can apply these large language models? First of all, large language models are good for context generation, so we can easily create context for whatever domains we want. Of course, they can be used in order to translate from one language to the other. They can retrieve information, so we can feed the system with a big set of data, and we can export some information for this data, like summarizations. They can answer to open or close questions. They can be used in order to brainstorm, in order to classify text or maybe classify art. And of course, we can use them for chatbots and virtual assistants. In more detail, to build such a model, you need, first of all, to pre-train the model. So using large amounts of data, not only text data, any kind of data. This can be also videos, can be images. And then this is the first step. And then the second step is the step of fine-tuning. So using data, you fine-tune, you learn, you allow actually the tool to learn based on specific tasks, domains, and etc. What are the challenges here? The challenges are that maybe there will be a bias in our training data. So if we feed the system with data of one domain or only of one museum, maybe the system will be biased and will be able to learn only with data from one museum or one period of art. Then we need computational resources. We need computer power, which is not good actually for the environment. And of course, there are ethical considerations regarding the data privacy and fairness. And the areas of applications are search engines, and chatbots. Let's go now how large language models can enhance cultural heritage and tourism. Before I start, we should see the strengths of the large language models. So we should highlight that the large language models are good in natural language understanding. So large language models can enhance chatbots' language understanding capabilities and enable them to comprehend users' intents, sentiments, and contents. Of course, they are multilingual, so they can support almost any language. They can facilitate multilingual conversations. They allow chatbots to communicate with users from different languages, different linguistic levels, etc. We can customize and we can adapt them so they can be fine-tuned and customized to specific industries, domain, or organization needs. And they are available 24 hours, 7 days a week. So they can cover different time zones, etc. For cultural heritage and tourism, as I told you, we can personalize chatbots and we can create virtual assistants. We can enhance search and recommendation systems, so we can create systems that users will be able to search and get recommendations, and this can be also real time. They are very impressive storytelling, so they can create contextual narratives and experiences, and you can create a whole story about this and a whole experience about this. And of course, they can communicate for international visitors, and also they can interact between different visitors. So visitors with different cultural and language backgrounds can interact with the same system, and maybe they can also interact together. It is possible to do so. Let's go now to Culture Chatbot, which is a European project. It is an AI software platform designed for cultural heritage institutions. It acts as virtual assistant, so it engage digital conversations with users during their online visits to the cultural heritage institutions' websites. There is interactions via different platforms, including collection websites and social media accounts like Facebook. They support conversations in all EU languages, which is very nice, but still this is 20, maximum 25 languages. They are available 24 hours, 7 days a week. And of course, it is a free and easy to use tool in order to audience engagement. This is an example here. And regarding the technology, it is based on RASA, which is a software to create these chat box. And it is possible to develop multilingual chatbots for different user cases, to run different platforms, different websites, different social media, and messaging tools. It's very flexible, I could say. And here is some information about the technology. So it works based on patterns. Users can see also some semantic connections between records, between persons, between places and other entities. There are different scenarios how users can use this chatbot. and can be trained on sample conversations to better recognize user needs and generate more realistic answers. However, I would say that this is an old technology, it's an outdated technology. It has a limited language support, supports only the EU languages. It's very generic approach. So we'll see later how the new, how large language models, so the new technologies, new AI technologies can help this. And there is absence of visual and sensory engagement with users. They lack on creativity, and of course, there is limited contextual understanding. Let's see now what are the benefits of using large language models for the chatbot. And we have some examples here for Europeana. First of all, a large language, if we integrate and if we create a new chatbot for Europeana, this will allow Europeana to offer customized recommendations based on users' cultural interests, preferences, and historical context. Some examples. For instance, the chatbot will be able to give recommendations customized based on users' cultural interests, preferences, and historical context. Can also be able to give suggestions about specific museums, art exhibitions, historical landmarks, and align with users' experience preferences. So, as they interact with user, the systems will provide information that are tailored to their needs, tailored to what they ask and how they ask things. Then, interactive learning experiences. Users will be delivering insightful facts, stories, and trivial about cultural heritage sites and travel destinations. For example, the large language model will provide insightful facts, stories about cultural heritage sites and travel destinations. It offers the users to the opportunity to learn about the historical and cultural significance on different locations. So based on what users they ask about locations and based on the previous conversation or the history of the conversation, the large language model will be able to provide for a location different experiences. Regarding the language and cultural adaptations, it will be very easy for the large language model to adapt to the language and cultural background of the user. So, based on the conversation, the large language model will allow users to interact in their native language or any language they select that they want to get the information. Taking into consideration cultural norms, customs, and etiquettes using when communicating. So it will understand the level, the language, and the cultural level of users. And it will be able to provide localized information and recommendations, considering all these cultural and linguistic backgrounds. Another important feature will be that they will be able to provide the users with local tips and insights. So they will be able to provide users with the upcoming local events and festival and cultural celebration. So if I'm visiting, for instance, Valencia in Spain, and there is a festival in that period, maybe the large language model will suggest me where to go, what to do, and it will also be able to give me recommendations for local restaurants, for street food, vendors for traditions about paella, about rice, for instance. And it will also give me some tips and insights for local residents or travel experts, which is very important. Another important feature that we should highlight is the multimodality. So the large language model will be able to deliver to the users not only textual answers and suggestions, but users will be also able to see videos, to interact with the system via augmented reality or virtual reality. So maybe if we connect it with glasses, next generation glasses, it will be able to integrate all these. Or they will just get plain videos or images annotated and explaining about the art and about the place that users are asking for. And on top of that, it will also offer informations like opening hours, ticket availability. Maybe users will be able to book their tickets through the chatbot, select their hour, see how busy is a museum or an area, the time that they want to visit, and etc. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Konstantinos. I can see so many opportunities opening up. I mean,
Indeed,
yeah, looking
indeed, yeah, exactly. It's very, very easy actually to implement all these. So we are not far of having all this information. Maybe ChatGPT, if you have used ChatGPT, doesn't offer all this multimodality, but the next version will have all these features available.
So when will this new version be available? What are the forecasts?
Not sure. I don't have a time. You mean for ChatGPT or for
yeah,
this?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, it is already available in some regions, but not sure when it will be available in Europe. For instance, the Google's Bard has online search. So it when you search something, you get information, online information from the web, real-time information from the web. So it combines both.
Yeah. And in your opinion, which of the areas you mentioned, because you talked about the chatbot, I mean the virtual tours,
Yes.
etc. In your opinion, which is the most promising area of development, meaning not the one which can be implemented, the fastest, but more like the one which promises maybe the most engaging experience for
Exactly.
the users?
Exactly. As user, I would like to have a chatbot and interact. So I'll have it as assistant while I'm traveling. So everything should be on my mobile, easy accessible, and maybe to have a next generation. So not only to chat with it, but to use my camera and get some information about a portrait or whatever I want. And also conversational systems are very useful for the user. So users will be able to use their voice and ask and get the information they want.
Yeah, really a lot to look forward in the future.
Yes. I already I'm using ChatGPT, So every time I travel, I use ChatGPT and I ask ChatGPT to, to some information about the place I'm visiting, the museum I'm visiting. Yeah, it's very, very interesting. But they are not updated.
Yeah. Understand.
Not yet, but it will come.
It will come. I want to open the floor also to our online audience. I mean, if you have any questions to either Alex or Konstantinos on all these exciting developments, please shoot. I know that it's late in the afternoon and it's also the end of the event day, so it's a bit more challenging. But let's maybe give a last minute.
Well, anyway, we are available also after that. So
yes, of course. I mean,
or concern of using AI in cultural heritage, feel free to reach to us and we will discuss it. It's a really interesting topic, and I'm really fascinated by the technology.
Yeah, I think this is definitely shared, at least by me.
Yeah.
Many's interest into these new technologies, and really the opportunities they give for many areas actually, from to the experience itself.
It took the world by the storm. So each domain, each area is affected.
Yes.
In a positive or negative way, but.
Yeah, it's certainly one of they call it one of these black swans event, which changed unexpectedly the world.
Exactly.
Okay, I think we are ready to close the event, even a bit earlier. I don't see any further questions, but as you Alex said, I mean, if we get some afterwards, we're happy to share them, to pass them to you. Before I close with some practical remarks, I want to give the stage again to Victor as my co-organizer. Pavel unfortunately won't be able to join due to an emergency, but Victor, anything you want to say at the end?
No, just to thank you, Milena, for being the moderator of during this day of the conference, and to thank the panelists and also all the participants. And I think that it was very nice to see this cooperation between different members of the cultural roots. Obviously, a good amount of practitioners of the European root of Jewish heritage. Now I was in the chat with Debra saying, okay, we need to do something with all these this last session on how to integrate it into the European root of Jewish heritage. So I think that this is food for thought and just the beginning. So it was a pleasure. Thanks to all of you, and again, thanks to you, Milena.
You're very welcome. I know that Pavel joins us in the thanks to all our panelists and participants, and to the Europeana team who helped with the event organization. My colleagues Gina and Tamara, thank you. And there is just one last announcement that when you close the Zoom, you'll see a pop-up window with the survey about the event experience. Please take the time, it's very short, I mean, just to share what you liked and all these other feedback questions, because this will really help us designing the events. So thank you once again, and I wish you a very pleasant evening.